and the chain of command functions as it should. And we make sure that commanders on the ground their positions are taken into account, and they are able to tell
Oops,
us.
guys, I actually forgot to start the stream over on YouTube. Oopsie. Well, and now members can come onto the YouTube stream as YouTube members if they want to.
Make decisions if they see things that need
Yeah,
to be flagged. But at the end of the day, the secretary and the president are the ones directing these strikes, and any follow-on strikes like those which were directed by Admiral Bradley, the secretary 100% agrees with. Yes, Matt.
Kingsley, if Nicolas Maduro leaves Venezuela today, what role will the Department of War have in a post-Maduro Venezuela?
Whoa. I'm sorry. Do we see who's in the audience? Why the hell is Matt Gaetz in the audience here? Like, jump scare. Does the House of Reps have to go to a press conference to talk to the military? What? I'm sorry. I'm just very confused right now. Very confused. Yeah, that's my fault, Alyssa. My apologies. I must have forgotten to click the button. Or actually, I think it normally does it naturally, but then okay. I don't know, but he does, Doug. You're right. He looks like a sickly Victorian. Oh my God, you're right, Doug. He's going to be haunting some Victorian house, isn't he? Okay.
And describe the process the administration will use to determine whether or not current members of the Venezuelan
in your group, that makes sense. Yep. No, you're right, though. They're all a bunch of obedient slugs.
Military or Venezuelan government have a role in a post-Maduro Venezuela?
Thanks for the question. So the department has a contingency plan for everything. We are a planning organization. If anything were to happen around the world, we have a response planned and ready. So we stand.
Yeah, like if there's a Palestinian child that goes outside to play, they have a whole plan for that. They can launch tons of cruise missiles to stop that from happening, right? I mean, or at least, sorry, forgive me. They know to give Israel the coordinates of where that child is playing, don't they?
At the president's beck and call, our commander-in-chief, to do what is needed if called upon. And that will be what this department continues to focus on and continues to prepare for in regards to our ongoing operations in the Southcom region. Again, our focus is taking out narco-terrorists and rooting out that threat that is poisoning the American people. Every single boat that we strike saves 25,000 American lives. That is a crucial mission to protecting the homeland, and we're proud to be a part of it.
Just as a follow-up, quickly, so following the departure of Saddam Hussein, there was this desire to name every Ba'athist a terrorist. Does the administration take the view that any person who served in the Venezuelan military or Venezuelan government is definitionally a narco-terrorist?
That would be a determination for the president to make, but I can tell you that every single person who we have hit thus far who is in a drug boat carrying narcotics to the United States is a narco-terrorist. Our intelligence has confirmed that, and we stand by it. Yes.
Just like there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
If I may. For your first question regarding Sarah Beckstrom, the 20-year-old West Virginia National Guardswoman who was shot and killed, was her family offered an Arlington burial, and or will there be plans to do so?
I know that the White House is working that out, so they might be better to describe what the plans are for that. But this department will, of course, support in any way we can, and have been in close contact with the family, and the secretary will continue to do so. So we'll keep you all updated on that.
Thank you. And my second question.
Forgive me, folks. I'm going to keep pausing so I let people who come in know. So SoCal, I started early for members only, unless you go to Twitch, and then anyone can see it if they go to Twitch, but I'm doing some pre-stream stuff. I'm preparing the slides for today, and we're watching just some of the press conferences and such that we weren't able to watch yesterday while we do this, okay? Hello, Louise, okay? So that's what we're doing, SoCal. You're a member, so yay, hello, member, okay. For those that are over on YouTube, if you want to become a member, you can also you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month, and you'll get access to these streams. Also, I'll try to do more. Alyssa knows I'm probably lying. I'm not really lying, but I'll try to do more members-only conversations on Discord, too. Those will be, like, strategic conversations where we talk about the future of the channel and things like that. But anyway.
Regarding Iran, there are reports.
Same thing for subscribers over on Twitch. Okay, members only my ass. Hello, Druzilla's here. Yeah, Druzilla, so Druzilla, this is a members only stream. All right.
That Iran's been planning on rebuilding its
And later
nuclear
we'll go
facilities.
to open it to everyone.
Iranian's president has said that it plans to rebuild its
Yeah,
nuclear
Alyssa.
facilities with, quote, greater strength. Can you provide us on any sort of update on where that currently
Is that
stands?
okay, guys? Is that
I
too
can tell you
fast?
that Operation Midnight Hammer was an absolute resounding success. Iran's nuclear
Yeah, hello,
capabilities were
Doug.
totally obliterated, and experts estimated that it would take 2 years for them to recover. So thanks to President Trump's bold and swift action, we were able to dismantle that threat to the American people. And I think it was also a historic operation by virtue of the fact that there was a clear end state. We have seen this department get marred down
Guys,
in the
I
Middle
lied.
East in endless wars and nation building. That
Jesus,
has stopped
I don't
under
know
this
why
president
this
and this
isn't working.
secretary. We now have a clear end state, a clear mission set, and Operation Midnight Hammer was a success in dismantling that. Yes, Laura.
Thanks so much for having me here today. Now that the president has started the process of designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign Islamic terrorist organization, will the Department of War still proceed with selling F-15 fighter jets to Qatar? And how will they be able to train Qatari pilots at their air base in Idaho if Qatar is included in the designation?
Thank you for the question. We take very seriously our partnerships, and we always do thorough evaluations to make sure that they protect our intelligence, our operational security, and that they serve the best interests of the American people. The U.S. military has a longstanding partnership with Qatar, and we look forward to continuing that partnership at our air base in Idaho. And I would just point out that
Okay, I'm fucking up so much. This is why I do these things, so I can experiment. It is saying, okay, there we go. I have to change it to members only. For some reason, I thought I'd put it on members only, but apparently it said it's public. See, I'm ruining even this one. There we go. There we go. Save. Done. Now it's members only. Ugh. Okay. That's better. Okay, there we go. Jesus, I'm incompetent. Let's continue.
for reference, Mountain Home, Idaho Air Base is not just Qataris that train there. There are also Singapore military folks that are there as well. So it is a base that we do a lot.
Okay, so well, I'm going to keep it on 1.25 if you guys don't mind, but we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Doug, but hey, Doug, you can be over on Twitch, so it's okay, right?
Of foreign military training, and we are thankful for those partnerships, and we'll continue to evaluate all of those to make sure again that national security is protected. That is the Secretary's utmost priority.
But given the fact that the Qatari royal family and Qatar itself is the biggest financier, along with Turkey, of course, the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood, would that relationship and partnership be reevaluated?
Oh my God, guy, this is so weird. Alyssa, how dare you? I see you, Alyssa. I see you. Yeah, right at Weird Amorphous Blob. First of all, I recognize this lady. Who is she? I mean, obviously she's 98% plastic, but who is she? I should ask, like, who are those? Who's that conglomeration of eukaryotic cells with a bunch of plastic? Who is that lady? This is just weird to see all these high up, powerful people having to sit and like beg the Pentagon for information. I mean, I'm not surprised, but isn't it kind of weird? Like, I know she's a powerful person, isn't she? Yeah, right. Matt Saigai, is this Laura? Is it Laura? It could be Laura. Laura Loomer, that's right. Oh my God. Well, no wonder. But it's just kind of hilarious. I do like kind of seeing her beg for information, though. She deserves it. She deserves to suffer. Okay, moving on.
Since the designation could possibly include Qatar?
I'm not tracking any reevaluation at this time, but again, the Secretary really keeps national security top of mind, and this administration does as well. So we will always make sure that American assets are protected. Yes.
Hi, David Zier, Real America's Voice. It's great to be here. I want to know if you could confirm any additional National Guard deployments under Title 10 in additional cities, and have any governors reached out for help under Title 32 as well? And how do you determine how National Guard troops, how many are armed?
Great question. So I don't have anything to announce at this time in terms of new deployments, but I can tell you that our mission set is critical. We are keeping American cities safe all across this country, and we are going to remain committed to that. These missions aren't going to stop in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in D.C. We understand the urgent threat that is facing many of these cities, and the National Guard is proud to step in alongside our law enforcement partners to help with that. And I can confirm that everybody in D.C. is now armed, and a lot of our D.C. National Guardsmen are now also doing joint patrols with members of the police department here in D.C. So their safety is, of course, top of mind, and we will continue to make sure that they're able to do their jobs in keeping all of our great Americans safe across our cities. Yes, Bradley.
We're now 90 days into these Venezuelan drug boat strikes. A growing number of members on Capitol Hill are getting their mettle up with regard to war powers. If they do move forward with some sort of war powers effort, will the administration seek to challenge the validity of the war powers resolution, or will it comply?
I wouldn't want to
know,
get
right?
ahead of
Alyssa,
the
it's a
president's
joke.
decision-making process in regard to Venezuela, but I can tell you what I mentioned earlier is that the department is a planning organization. We are always ready. We have plans for every single contingency, and we are going to make sure that when it comes to narco-terrorism, we're dismantling that throughout the Western Hemisphere, and you've seen that in the success of our strikes.
One follow-up, if I may. 53% in a recent CBS YouGov poll said they support the strikes on these drug boats, but 70% said no military operations within Venezuela. Nevertheless, members of Congress are increasingly calling for regime change there. What's the Department of War's message to those members of Congress?
The Department of War stands behind the president 100%, and we will execute on the orders that our commander-in-chief gives us, and we're proud to do so. That will continue. And again, any decision that is going to be made about certain military actions in the Western Hemisphere region will be
By the way,
president's
do we
will.
all remember?
Yes.
Do we all remember the defense that the Nazis made at the Nuremberg trials? The famous defense that they had? What was it that they said? We were just following orders. We were just following orders. God help us all. Okay, anyway.
Todd Wood from CDM's Armed Forces Press. There's been a lot of reporting that, yes, it's about drugs in Venezuela, but also possibly about election fraud electronically. Do you have any comment on that? And also, are assets, we've heard that special operations aviation assets are exercising for direct action missions in that region. Can you confirm that at all?
On your first question, I would refer you to the State Department. I think they would probably be able to give you a better answer on that. But in terms of your second question, I can tell you that we are conducting training missions and exercises. We've got the Ford aircraft carrier now that is down there in the Southcom region. And as I said, the department's a planning organization. So a big part of that planning is doing trainings and make sure that we're ready at a moment's notice to protect our interests and to protect the American people from narco-terrorism.
Christ.
Yes, RC.
Has there been a determination at this point from the Army Secretary on a Distinguished Service Medal for Specialist Sarah Beckstrom?
I would refer you to the Army for that. And if I hear anything, I will keep you posted. That would be wonderful news. Yes, James.
Hi, James O'Keefe. Nicholas Terza, branch chief here at the Pentagon, was caught on a video in the spring stating, quote, Trump is illegitimate. We're going to resist him, quote, everything he does. We know there are other people like this that work here. My question is, what steps is the Department of War taking to identify and address personnel who are in the self-described resistance movement?
Thank you for the question. That's why the work you all do is so important. This is a big building, and we want to make sure that we have the absolute best people working at it to protect Americans every single day. We don't take lightly what every single civilian and military person in this building do every single day. They do a lot of hard work, and we want to make sure that they're up to the task, and that they're on board and willing to serve our commander-in-chief, who was elected by the whole of the American people to serve as our president. And we support him 100% here at the Department of War. That is our mission. That is our chain of command. So personnel is policy. The Secretary has said that many times, and I know you all in this room are aware of that as well. That was really the crux of his speech at Quantico not long ago to the generals. Our people are our most important asset. So we will continue to make sure that our people are
You're right,
consistently
Matt
putting
Saigai.
America first. That's
She's
something we
very
care very much
similar.
about. Yes, Alex.
And weirdomorphous blob, right?
Are there plans to host or hold more of these regular press briefings? And if so, how frequently?
Absolutely, we'd love to. It'd be great to get everybody in here. I know we have the Christmas holiday coming up, but we'd love to make it a weekly or bi-weekly tradition. So we're excited
It'd be great to
have
get
you all
everyone in here
the
who's
Pentagon
going to
for
be a
this.
loyal slug
We receiving more
and not
readouts of the
investigate
Secretary of
anything we
War's
say.
meetings, with the president yesterday, much like the State Department and the White House, provide readouts and scheduling and things like that. Will we be receiving more of those?
Absolutely. In the interest, as I said in my opening, in the interest of transparency, we want to make sure that you all are informed. That's a commitment we take seriously. Obviously, we're slightly different than other
Isn't that
agencies in that
funny?
we have national security and operational concerns, but we will tell you as much as we can because we want the American public to know all the incredible things that our warfighters are doing every single day and all the amazing initiatives the Secretary is pursuing here at the Department of War. Yes.
Thanks, Jordan Conrad from Gateway Pundit.
Thank you, Doug. That's all I want, Doug, are a bunch of loyal slugs.
The Afghanistan withdrawal under Biden. In light of the recent events with one of these refugees killing a service member, is there any updates on that investigation?
I don't have any updates for you at this time, but I can tell you that the review that we're doing into the horrendous Afghanistan withdrawal under the previous administration, the Biden administration, is expected to be complete by summer of 2026. And we are committed to ensuring that this review, unlike others, is much more unredacted, that the American people are able to consume the report for themselves and see what truly happened on that fateful day and that fateful withdrawal. And we owe it to our service members to accomplish that. The review is being led by our chief Pentagon spokesman and senior advisor to the Secretary, Sean Parnell, an Afghan veteran himself. And he takes very seriously the responsibility to getting answers to the American people. So we are committed to that 100%. And in summer 2026, the public will be able to have that report. Yes.
A question for you in regards to the Afghan withdrawal.
Right.
When we brought these migrants onto military bases, or these refugees onto military bases, we saw a surge in assaults immediately after, sexual assaults and physical assaults. And then all of a sudden, under the previous administration, we no longer learned of anything that was happening anymore on these military bases. Does this Pentagon plan on giving us any type of criminal data on that to see what actually happens when they were brought onto these military bases? And do we have any status updates on like FBI investigations and such?
So for FBI investigations, anything that would be a criminal law enforcement matter would obviously be something to direct to the Department of Justice, as we cannot speak to that from our perch here at the Department of War. But what I can tell you is that we are aware of a lot of that activity that went on. It's despicable. One is too many, right? And we understand that the Biden administration, unfortunately, put our troops and our country last in many cases. The Secretary is committed to correcting that, and I think that's what you're going to see going forward. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about Somalia, which isn't talked about very much, but we have done 101 strikes in Somalia in 2025. And there was a raid carried out in some caves, and I'm quoting former Congressman Matt Gaetz, who I didn't realize would be here today, but he asked why we're sending, quote, hundreds of U.S. troops into fortified caves in Somalia to kill like 5 guys. And I think it's a good question as to why the U.S. military is still in Somalia.
Thank you for the question. So I can assure you, right, this is an America First Department of War and president. So we aren't conducting forever wars in Somalia. We're not seeking regime change or, we're not nation building. But I will say that this department's narrowly scoped, intelligence-driven counterterrorism operations in places like Somalia, alongside our partners, allow us to protect the American homeland from terrorist threats and to protect our interests. So we will continue to make sure that the American people are kept safe. That's our utmost priority. But, we're not isolationists. We're also not neocons. We're realists. We understand that threats face the American people every single day. We take that incredibly seriously, but at the same time, we're always going to make sure that we're putting America first.
And if I could follow up on Laura's question, actually, but from a different angle, she mentioned that are we reassessing our relationship with Qatar because of funding of the Muslim Brotherhood? It's been widely documented in mainstream Israeli papers that the Israeli government funded Hamas, which we also designate as a terrorist organization. Are we therefore reassessing our relationship with Israel?
Is anyone here?
That would be a better question for
Is
the State
anyone here
Department,
on YouTube? Can you
as
still
they're the
hear
ones
us?
who have those foreign diplomatic channels. Yes.
Can you hear me, etc.?
And thank you for doing this press briefing. I wanted to get back to the Southcom strikes real quick, just broadly speaking, not specifically about the September 2nd strike, but broadly speaking,
Okay, thank
are
you.
we doing any kinds
Inga
of
Katzmillion.
assessments?
Sorry, I'll just call you Inga.
Intelligence that informed those strikes was
I did
accurate.
SoCal.
Are
Well,
we
I'll explain.
recovering any drugs on board those vessels? You mentioned each vessel struck is equivalent of 25,000 overdose deaths. So are we mostly picking up fentanyl?
What's this?
Cocaine,
This looks like one of my
what have you?
teenage students.
What's
So real fast. So for the folks that just came in here, this is a pre-stream stream, members only over on YouTube. You can come to Twitch if you're not a member, you can still see it. You see behind me, I moved positions so that you all can see that the snow outside. It's really hard to see it because of the lighting, but when we get on, when we get on the mainstream, I will dim it so you can see that there's snow everywhere outside. I thought it'd be nice for everyone to be able to see the snow, even though it's kind of hard to see back there. Welcome, members, etc. I know I rarely do members things. I need to do more of them. So I decided to do this pre-stream, and we're watching some things that we did not get to watch yesterday, and we won't really have time to watch today. So I thought we could kind of watch them together while I am working on the stream for today. All right. Okay. Of course, Doug. Absolutely. Right, Doug. Same with Saudi Arabia, Doug. Okay. I know. Who is this guy? I don't even know. I mean, maybe he's like a socialist, lefty, good guy. I don't know, but it's okay. Just kind of caught me off guard.
going on with these boats? Like, what's on these boats?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I can tell you in terms of your
People.
question about intelligence,
Fishermen.
that our intelligence absolutely confirms who these people are. And I can't get into right from this podium how we know that. I don't want to communicate to the enemy the ways in which we're carrying out these strikes. But I can tell you that without a shadow of a doubt, every single one of our military and civilian warriors knows that these individuals are narco-terrorists. We know what they're carrying, where they're coming from, and where they're going. And they are trying to bring drugs to our shores that kill and hurt American citizens. The president takes that very seriously, and when he designated these groups designated terrorist organizations, that opened up a lot for us here at the Department of War. We can engage in ways that we never could before. So that's all I can say at the moment.
By the way, folks, if you donate during the pre-stream, you get to choose the color for my next nail. I already have this hand done from the one time, but I need 4 more over here. What color do you want, Matt Side Guy? We got gray, pink, red, purple, orange, and green.
On that topic, but I can 100% affirm that we know without a shadow of a doubt who these narco-terrorists are. Yes, Wade.
So you were speaking earlier
I believe that
about
shit.
the Washington Post report concerning the Secretary of War and Admiral Bradley. And
orange? Okay, Matt,
my
sorry,
question
thank
is, does the Department of War plan on pursuing any sort of legal action against the Washington Post? And what consequences will there be for lying to the American people? Because, of course, the implication there was that Pete Hegseth and Admiral Bradley are war criminals. And that was the implication, and that's what a lot of people on social media were saying after the fact. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, it is frankly disgusting that the Washington Post would publish something that is so insanely false. And we've seen this from the mainstream media before, right?
There we go.
Anonymous sources.
I'm sorry,
that are
but
being
isn't that
quoted.
funny coming from someone that works for the Trump administration? Saying that it's so insane that the Washington Post would say it would release something so insanely false, and yet, anyway, okay. I mean, I don't know why I'm pointing this out. Good point, Doug. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that, Alyssa.
That probably have no idea what's going on. And the Washington Post actually went so far as to falsely
Yeah,
attribute a quote to the Secretary of War, that he never said. That is preposterous that they would write that and pass that off as true journalism. Thankfully, the New York Times stepped in and corrected the record and let the American people know that what they were publishing was absolutely fake news. So the Washington Post, I think readership should think twice before reading that outlet again. It is disgraceful that they call themselves journalists.
Is that true? I
and
mean,
we
I
told
doubt
them
it's
as such,
true.
right? We
Did the
get
New
press
York
queries like
Times
we do from
release
all of you
something
and told
on
them the
this?
story
I
was
mean, I doubt
completely
it.
fake news on Thanksgiving evening with a 3-hour deadline, and they still published it anyway. It's
God,
disgraceful,
oh
but
my
thankfully
God.
the American people see through it. Yes, Jack.
Do we?
Kingsley, does the Secretary's office or the Pentagon in general, the department, have a message for Senator Wicker, who, as a Republican, has now backed this inquiry into Secretary Hegseth, again, accusing him of war crimes? It seemed strange to see a Republican going after one of President Trump's own cabinet members.
So I can confirm that the Secretary of War spoke with Senator Wicker, and they had a good conversation where he was able to explain to him a lot of the rationale behind these strikes.
Sir Bartholomew,
and we
welcome,
work closely with
member
all of our
Bartholomew.
partners on the Hill, whether Republican or Democrat, to keep them up to date on what this department is doing in regards to the
Honestly,
strikes. So
Sir Bartholomew says this isn't the blonde Nazi. As is being noticed by chat, Sir Bartholomew, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes. They all act the same, don't they? I'm just surprised she's not wearing a giant cross like the rest of them. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right, weird amorphous blob. Okay, just reminded him how much oil is at stake. True.
We'll
Okay.
continue to do that, and we'll continue to brief members of HASC and SASC, and we look forward to continuing those relationships.
Quick follow-up, you mentioned working with partners on the Hill. Another senator on the Hill, the Democrat side, is Senator Mark Kelly. Now, we heard some reporting about a possible investigation
Oh,
into
that
him
lunatic.
regarding his...
It's that guy. That guy. God, see, this is why I'm horrible with names, folks. As Alyssa says, I'm an old man. I'm grandpa. This guy, I've seen him. Who is he? You all know better than I do. His face, though, is so annoying. I recognize him. You know, he looks like, this is a dark joke, but he looks like a husband that the wife is always worried to burn the food because of how he might react if he finds out. You know what I mean? Like, he has that face like there's like anger right underneath the surface. Like if his wife were to make a single mistake that displeases him, you see what I'm saying. But anyway, I don't know. It kind of looks like he does. Okay. So, but anyway, okay.
His status as a retired,
What is his
retired
name?
member of the United States Navy, still on pension, and therefore still under the jurisdiction of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And as such, his membership, you mentioned the Seditious Six, would that be grounds for possibly bringing him back to active service for an investigation, for NJP, or even a full court-martial?
So you're correct. The Department of War received serious allegations
Very
of
true,
misconduct against Senator Mark Kelly, and in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and other applicable recommendations and regulations, we're doing a thorough review of all of these allegations. And the Secretary of War has tasked the Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan, with doing a thorough review, looking into all of these allegations and providing him an update on December 10th. So we will have more information to come on that. But I would just add that this despicable video that Mark Kelly participated in with the Seditious Six was a politically motivated influence operation that was an attempt to undermine the chain of command, to sow distrust and division in our armed forces. That is absolutely ridiculous, and it puts our warfighters at risk.
Yep, correct
and
in your
again,
groove.
he doubled down on the Sunday shows. I don't know if you all saw him on the Sunday shows, but he basically insinuated that service members who do not defy President Trump's orders could face potential prosecution in the future when Democrats are back in power. He even called our troops and likened them to those of the Russian military. This is totally disgraceful from an elected official, and the department takes it very seriously, and that is why we have launched this review.
I know.
To be clear, so if Secretary Phelan were to recommend court-martial, that would be on
Weird
board?
amorphous blob.
What was the question? Sorry.
If Secretary Phelan were to recommend court-martial, that could be an option on the table?
All options are on the table at this moment in time, and we look forward to getting the Secretary of the Navy's review. And the Secretary of War has been very clear in his statements as well that he takes this extremely seriously, and it is unacceptable. That's all the time I have today. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you coming out.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, well, we had to deal with that. Let's go to the other one now, right, shall we? So that was only from like about 45 minutes ago, but I wanted to watch the press conference from yesterday, the White House press briefing from yesterday that we didn't get to. Yep, you're right, Weirdamorph, Doug. That's my thing, right? They believe in the theory of the unitary executive. So even if there were soldiers disobeying actually illegal orders, the current White House believes that the president has the right to interpret the law, and the Supreme Court agrees. So that's good. That's good for all of us. Now they don't. I'm kind of exaggerating. I'm not full, not that much though. Okay. All right. So let's see. Now we get to the blonde Nazi, Caroline Levitt. All right, everyone ready for this? Everyone ready for this? Okay. Dear God. She'll come out in a couple. There she comes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I know, right? In your group,
I apologize for my
agreed.
tardiness. We had some technical difficulties, as you could see, but I think we are ready.
That is correct, Matt Sagai. This is a Peruvian scarf one of my students got for me. One of my Peruvian students got for me from Peru. Supposed to be good luck. I just remember her. She was this short little lady. It comes in and you know, she was kind of a nervous student. Probably she wasn't very confident in her English, even though she should have been. She was good at speaking English and stuff, but like I can't tell you my name. I'll just say Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam. Yes. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. I got you a gift. It was so cute when she tried to give me this gift. Anyway, I just remember that moment. Okay.
Ready to rock, so let's get to it.
Thank you, Matt Saigai.
I'll begin this week with some
You think the black goes well with the colors?
scheduling announcements for President Trump's very busy week ahead. Tomorrow, President Trump will host his 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his
No, Doug, I think you're beating me. I think we got like 3 inches of snow outside right now. Okay. There you go, Soup Cheese. My full name is Sam Sam. Correct, Soup Cheese.
his incredible cabinet, who continue to deliver for the American people.
I know you, Soup Cheese. You're trying to get all my personal info. I'm on to you, Cheese Soup. I'm on to you.
At a record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative to create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings. It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday, President Trump will host the presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On Thursday night, the president and the first lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the national Christmas tree on the Ellipse. And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World Cup final draw at the Kennedy Center. You all will be seeing and hearing from the president every day this week, so you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents in their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. 2 young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts. The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bomb.
Bullshit. This is all distraction. Trump is the one who ultimately let the guy in, and in the end, it doesn't matter, in my opinion. I don't even think you can blame Trump for that. I got to be honest with you. Like the guy that they let in, they had every reason to let him in. It was just that he snapped, which is what happens if you have a lot of guns. Some people will snap, even if there's no evidence that they're going to snap, and then they will kill people. Anyway, just okay. All right.
Something that kills.
Though, guys, forgive
And
me.
it's
I'm
good
going to
after going-
pause. I am pausing this because right now Trump is live. Trump is live. So let's go to there. We'll go back to that one. Folks, for those who just got here, we are doing an early stream today. I'm going to start the actual stream probably about 1:30-ish. But this is like a pre-stream for people who are members over on YouTube or who can get to Twitch. So that's what we're doing. We're just watching some stuff that we won't be able to watch during the stream today. If you want to contribute, you'll get to choose one. I have 3 nails left that need to be painted. You can choose the color of my next nail. And here we go.
Wars by
Oh God, here we go. Okay, so this is live right now, folks.
as they should be used, but the Capitol room looks beautiful like it should now. The Oval Office looks beautiful like it should. It was not. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disarray.
I am in Eastern time, Soup Cheese. Why are you asking? Again, this doesn't help your case, Soup Cheese. Okay, yeah, Eastern time. But I know what you mean. Okay, Eastern time. So that'll be, I'm not sure where you are, Soup Cheese, but
1 year ago, our country was dead, and said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country. Now we have the.
Don't you compliment Meowzord, Doug. I'm the streamer, okay? I'm the streamer. I'm just kidding. I enjoy Meowzord's Discord streams too.
In the world, it's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States.
That's true,
in 10
Matt
months.
Saigai.
We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion.
You know what, guys? You know what I'm going to do? I am going to go to. We're this is a very casual stream so I'm going to actually change the title of it over on Twitch just because I feel like I can get more viewers if I change it to say Trump is speaking, because that seems to attract a lot of viewers. So forgive me, I'm going to be a filthy capitalist here. Not really a capitalist, but let's see if I can change the title so we can get more people over here. Edit. Okay. Trump live press press conference. Looney press conference. There we go. That's something, I guess. Okay, I'm going to move this around. Okay, so I'm just going to change it over on Twitch because paste. Say done. All right, done. Okay. Hopefully that does something for us. There we go. Okay, guys. We'll go back to what Trump is saying now. Okay, get out of the stream information. All right, guys. Your system, you're in the. Oh, I know, guys. I'm just not good at it. I'm not that great at taking advantage of the system at the moment. Okay. Okay. All right. Here we go.
So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it. 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than.
Thank you for the advice, Matt Saigai.
Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher by
and
the
going
end of
up.
the year,
And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right, SoCal. I don't know why. I just reset it and it's still not doing it. You know why? You know what? I think I know why. Give me a second, guys. I'm sorry. I know you all know. You all know I'm incompetent. Let me see here. So if I go here, live stream, what I need to do is this. I need to change the customization here. I think I know why it's doing that. Anyone can send messages. Subscribers 5 minutes. Save. It might be because it's a members only stream over on YouTube. So let's see if that fixed it. It might not, but we'll find out very quickly.
It's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but think of the number. We're going to be over $18 trillion.
No luck,
in 10
SoCal.
months, and which is a record.
You know what it is, guys? It is the fact. I think what it is it's a members only stream. Guys, should I just put it on everyone? Should I just open it up to anyone? Should I just make the YouTube stream open to anyone? What do you think? I don't want to ruin it for the members here, but that would fix the problem. I think it's because it's a members only stream. I don't know why it's not showing, but I'm almost certain it's because it's a member only stream. I don't know why else it wouldn't be. Do we have a strong opinion on that? Okay, I'm going to continue this.
Probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from
okay, guys, don't worry. I won't change it.
Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be our workers. But they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is at 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been, by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. They just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said, don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability.
You're right in your group.
Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected.
Biden.
Then she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with the gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go into the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right.
Is that so? Maybe they always correct you because you're a moron and you're always lying. Like you're constantly getting things wrong. Like as a teacher, it is like torture. It's like being in the 7th level of hell, or probably not even lower than that, 9th level of hell, whatever the last circle of hell is from Dante's Inferno, because you're constantly making, like anyway, anytime you speak, it's like grading a presentation, and it's always like an F.
Everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or
totally right.
Ever,
he does just believe the last thing someone told him.
Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there's still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. I think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But
what the fuck is on with him today? Jesus Christ.
Somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Jesus
right?
Christ,
Said,
I hate this country. I mean,
anyway. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we?
We're doing great, sir. It's a great team.
Yeah, Malzord.
That's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made
Weirdomorphous Blob. I haven't even read much about it.
Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%.
Meowzord, that's why, Meowzord, this is a members-only stream. I'm not doing it on the mainstream, Meowzord. The Trump slop.
Because I instituted favored nations.
But I also think, Meowzord, I have a responsibility to show you the Trump slop and deconstruct it as a form of inoculation against misinformation. But I understand, Meowzord.
And no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for let's go with the fat drug, FAT for fat people.
Fat drug, Jesus Christ, okay. I guess that's what we're calling it now, is the fat drug.
The fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people. $1,300 for certain countries.
Oklahoma Uni, what is that, Matt Saga? What Oklahoma Uni thing? I don't even know what that is. Would you tell me? Hello, Louise. Oh yeah, Louise. I knew you were here. Okay, yeah, yeah. So are they going to pay people to take prescription drug prices to pay drugs if prices have dropped? That seems right, Louise.
$1,300 in New York. So in New York it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135.
Oh, Macy, I get it.
And a friend of mine called me.
Oh,
said,
you're totally right, SoCal.
Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to
totally, Doug.
$140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. People said, you could never do that
bullshit. Okay.
because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay.
Oh, you mean the Oklahoma? Forgive me. Is that what you're referring to? Is that what Matt Saigon's referring to, Inga? Well, I was going to watch that on stream today, actually. The one about the is that what you're referring to, Matt Saigon? Whoever posted that video about the paper, is that what you're talking about, Matt Saigon? Because I'm going to watch that on the mainstream today. The video about the girl who did an uproar after that paper. Okay, yeah, we'll watch it on the mainstream today.
I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that,
I didn't. I forgot that was University of Oklahoma or whatever you said there. Yeah.
Drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that.
Do you remember when Trump was speaking and he said, "Who would have thought? Healthcare is very complicated. Who would have thought it's so complicated?" Like he said that publicly after he became president the first time. Like, yeah, we all know it's complicated. But you're only just learning it's a complicated issue. Is that like the first time you've thought of that? Okay.
In my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time
in
28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%. 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time
Thank you, Weirdomorphous
in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year.
Weirdomorphous Blob, choose a color. Gray, pink, red, purple, green, or orange.
Of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had
Right,
a news
Macy.
conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down
Thank you very much, Bob.
400, 500, 600% and more.
Yeah, that
And
doesn't make it like, as Louise said, what does that mean? 600%? Thank you, Weird Morpheus Blob. I'll do that. What does that mean? I get 600%. That would be a negative, right? So I guess they're gonna, as Louise said, I guess they're just gonna give us money. Who just did that? What was that? Thank you. Whoever did that, thank you. I'm not sure what that was. Okay. Whoever, thank
the
you.
fake
Okay.
news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up
Right, Suchis, which Trump
1,000%
might
in a
need.
short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and
Right.
help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because
I
of what
know,
I
in your
said.
groove.
So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to
But
be
let's
easy
be
because the
honest, in your
Democrats,
groove, that'll never
frankly,
happen. Like I've lost,
they don't want to make it.
I've completely lost faith in the usefulness of the 25th Amendment. I feel like there'll never be a president that anyone would do that to, unless it turns out like the president is Muslim or something, and then they probably do it to someone like that. I don't know, or they find out the president's a trans person, then they might do it. But other than that, I'm exaggerating, but you see what I mean.
Good deal for the people. They just
I
want to
wish.
make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like
Are
to
they?
do
Are
is the
they?
money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies, and you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care.
Well, he's right. He's right about that. I doubt he's going to do anything about it, but he's right.
We want it to go to the people, and then let the people go out and
Oh,
buy their
great,
own health
Alyssa.
care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're
Yeah, that's the issue. You want them to buy their own. You want them to buy their own healthcare. Maybe also we should transvestigate Trump. He and his base are always wanting to look at people's private parts. Like that seems to be all they want to do is try and transvestigate people. Like then we should do a public display where his whole administration has to stand naked in front of the country, so we can make sure that their private parts match their the gender that they've chosen to express themselves as. I mean, that's what they want, isn't it?
negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry.
Honestly, I got to
got
tell you, folks, I thought it was always weird to have a tax on Social Security. Like, I don't know why we've ever had a tax on Social Security. I know, so I'm okay with us getting rid of that. I just think we need to increase taxes on the rich. What the hell? Like, why don't we do that? Obviously, okay. Biggest in terms of increasing the debt. So true in your groove.
Bringing back the automobile business, 60%
Yeah,
of it
literally.
was stolen because we had
Oh,
incompetent
totally,
presidents
Doug,
or
totally.
incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. We're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart.
Totally weird
When we're
amorphous
smart,
blob.
they're not gonna be able
You
to
know
catch
it,
us.
weird
They know
amorphous
that.
blob.
They
Of course
told me
not.
that. Next year is projected to be the largest
That's who the government represents, weird amorphous blob, is the elites and the rich. So of course we would never do that.
refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we're taking in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt.
Two more,
but,
folks. Two more fingers.
It's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people, and additionally, we're going to
Oh, right, Matt
be able to
Saigai,
reduce debt.
100%.
And as time goes by
Definitely a
over the next
moron
2,
if you
3,
think
4
we're
years,
ahead
those
of
numbers are
China
gonna
in the
go up. And
AI
I
game.
believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax.
I mean, what's funny too is we just learned that we're idiots for thinking we're ahead of China. Like they came out with DeepSeek out of nowhere, and it was just as good as ChatGPT, if not better, and it was free. Like, and yet we're still like, oh, we're ahead. Well, we already showed that when we think we're ahead, we're not. Okay, anyway, but I think that's for investment purposes. That's why they're always saying we're ahead, we're ahead, we're ahead. Because when DeepSeek came out, it tanked the AI stocks for a little while, our American AI stocks. So they're constantly trying to, yeah, it was better, Matt's like so they're constantly trying to make it appear as though our AI is doing better, so they get more investments. But eventually, that bubble's going to burst, I think.
To pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax.
Of course, not in your groove.
Whether you get
You
rid
would
of it
never.
or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than
Is that
it
true
now,
in your groove? I didn't
but
know
you won't
that.
be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in
Agreed,
costly
Doug.
job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of four. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New scam. They call it the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom, 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that, but we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline.
I know, weird amorphous blob.
And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven, but we. And everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have
What the
reasons.
fuck? He is,
But you
oh
wanna
my
be able
God,
to go
who
and buy what you
cares?
want.
Shut
And
up.
post-historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names.
Jesus
But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible
Yeah, you know
advantage.
what? They kind of deserve to rip us off. Let's say they are ripping us off. They deserve to rip us off. We basically supported a dictatorship in South Korea for the longest time. We're one of the reasons why they have a horrible form of capitalism, almost worse than ours in some ways in terms of work culture. And they're basically run by a bunch of oligarchic megacorps. And then Japan, also a lot of issues because of us. I mean, anyway, okay, maybe we owe them something. Maybe they can rip us off a little bit if they are, which I don't think they are.
Percentage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security among
And that
everything
is
else.
true.
It's
Macy, he
national
has
security.
worked his
We've
whole life
also
to
rapidly
be this
turned the
sleazy.
worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody
See, now
in.
that is a racial dog whistle. You can't tell me that's not a racial dog whistle to say third world countries. Like, okay.
No checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing
I want
right
to thank the
behind them, and, that
Gestapo
was
for
really
their hard
nasty
work.
For a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. Made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months, and these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing them any favor. They're being. We don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people.
That's right, yeah, right.
Illegal
Ignorance
border
Club.
crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You'd think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job at the border. This country is being destroyed by the border.
Yeah,
But you always
Matt's
find
guy.
something new. Like, is he in good health? Biden was great.
Oh, I know
Is Trump in
Matt's
good
guy
health?
100%.
I sit here, I do news.
I got into a debate yesterday on the stream about the phrase third world. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I can't. I don't like the phrase. So I mean, the problem is there's not really many good phrases out there. Like we could say what developing countries. What we could say. I don't want to get back into it. I got into a debate yesterday, and but I don't like the phrase third world.
Conferences a day, I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go
It's
back
true, weird ones. Well, I didn't think of that.
Anything, but you do stories about Biden.
Yes, Macy. Necessary conversation. It's super interesting.
I had one day where I didn't do a news conference. There's something wrong with the president. You people.
Oh my God, who are these bootlickers in there? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking. Okay.
You know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning 10...
No, you're right in your group.
10,
That's why I
11,
stopped
12,
myself. I know that. I mean, I should
30,
know
they
that.
get harder and harder. And
We'll see,
they
Doug.
said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said,
Is he confessing? That sounds like a confession. He's saying he said he didn't want to do the cognitive test because there's no reason to. It's like he's telling us in advance that he avoided taking the cognitive test, which implies what, folks? Anyway.
sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital, and that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly,
Arthur, I'm not going to argue with you. I have no problem using a word where it fits, and it fits.
have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp. But they're not sharp.
Thank you, in your groove.
Business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with
We'll take a look at this in a second.
election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency. Because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago. But he was really incompetent for those last few years. And our country was put in great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people.
Wait a minute,
illegal
guys.
border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable.
Wait, guys. I'm sorry. Did he just say he didn't take the cognitive test, right? Did he just say that? I don't want to have to go back, but it sounded like he said he didn't take the cognitive test. But then in your groove sent, it says here that he said he took a cognitive test instead of having his brain scanned. So did he take the? I mean, okay. Maybe I understood. Okay. Maybe I misunderstood him.
America is strong and respected again on the world stage. We're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO.
Are we for the foreign people out there, people who aren't Americans? Why did I said that with such malice? All the foreign out there? No. I mean, like the people who aren't Americans. Again, I always ask them. So, is America respected on the foreign stage now?
Calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a.
I know the answer, by the way. It's rhetorical.
People are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right
Macy,
now.
I'm sorry.
We can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have happened because he would have been like, okay, sure, take whatever you want, Putin, and we'll end it there.
Named the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person There's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. You know, think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job.
Okay, we've heard this. He's always talking about the Department of War. The one positive thing I think he's done. Okay, no, you're right, weird amorphous blob. Like I agree, we've put lots of money into it. But you know, but he is wrong. I think he is wrong when he says that you know, if he had been president, the war never would have happened. I don't know about that. Okay, I think that would have happened anyway. But you know, okay. And I also wouldn't have liked the outcome for the poor Ukrainians if he was like he probably would have just let them take. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So what was I about to say here? He's always taught the one positive thing he's done during his presidency, guys. I know. Sir Bartholomew, I hereby knight you in the name of I don't know, the people, the name of the people of the world, the proletariat of the world, I guess you could say, as knight or inquisitor against fascism. How about that? Okay. Anyway, okay, you know, we're more, but that's, you know, well, kind of, right? They didn't really listen to him, did they, weird amorphous blob? But I mean, this is debatable, weird amorphous blob. You know, I don't know, but okay. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yes, the one positive thing he did during his presidency was name the Department of Defense, the Department of War. I actually like that. I got to be honest with you, because it used to be called the Department of War, and then they changed it to the Department of Defense to make it sound as a PR move, to make it sound more innocent. It should be the Department of War. That's what it does. It declares war. It is an aggressive, militant, imperialist organization that assists the United States in empire building. It should be called the Department of War, if not the Department of Tyranny or the Imperium of Man for those who like 40K. Anyway, so I do like that he called it that. Now, he did it for different reasons than I would have, but okay. No, I know in your group, but like, I mean, like, you know, but he always refers to the Department of War. They have changed their name to the Department of War. Congress hasn't verified it, but in all functionality, it's the Department of War now. You know what I mean?
We ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars. We're going to do one more, I think. I hope.
Oh, guys, I know Congress. Oh, I know. No, totally, guys. Like, the reason he calls it the Department of War is because, so I mean, like even in his first term, he had strained relations. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, you're right. Oh yeah, you're right. Weird Orphan's Blood. Anyway, sorry, I'm losing track of what I'm saying here. I don't like how the reason he changed it. He changed it to the Department of War because he likes war and he thinks it sounds strong and powerful. Okay. Anyway, but I just like it because I didn't like it being called Department of War. I think it's more honest to call it. I mean, I didn't like it called Department of Defense. I think it's more honest to call it Department of War. Regardless, I'm not defending him at all. Okay. And yes, I know that Congress declares war, but not really. Unfortunately, Doug, for the last many years, the president has essentially been the one who declares war because they essentially send in troops and then ask Congress for forgiveness later. It is a big issue with our imperial presidency that needs to be fixed. Even then, though, even if Congress was the one actually declaring war, which they're required to do by the Constitution, it would still be illegal wars of conquest and aggression. So I'm not too worried about them calling it the Department of War. Okay. And that is true, and that might be a good thing. Weird Motorspot. Okay, anyway.
Every time I end the war,
yeah. Oh, I know. That's all he's doing it for. He's doing it because he likes toxic masculinity, and he thinks war is like fun, and he thinks it's a cool thing. But all right.
If President Trump ends that war, he's
there
get
you
the
go,
Nobel
Inga.
Prize. If I end that war, well, he won't get it for that war. But if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying.
Right,
if
London.
he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine,
Hello,
he's going to
London,
get
by
the
the way.
Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars.
Jesus, here we go again.
I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves a Nobel Prize." Of
course she did, because she's a monster, and I don't know why the hell that Norway did that anyway.
Which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month,
Right. He cares about people dying.
27,000 young people died, mostly young people.
Oh, that's a good
mostly
point. Where to
soldiers,
more
despite some missiles
He
being
is so
shot
stupid.
into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine
Of course,
last
Doug.
month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's
Mazord, you sound like a pro-life person.
happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those two incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her.
Aw.
They were. Somebody said, "How are they doing?"
How
I said,
cute.
"The word is devastated." Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. Spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it will change, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history, and we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment, that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person.
Jesus Christ.
Typically, low IQ people don't make good mayors.
Forgive me, folks. I'm working on this at the moment. That's why I'm not looking at the chat immediately.
Let me see one. Generally speaking, a couple of them a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank. We have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually.
Jesus.
And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been.
Oh my God, that's
terrible.
like what he's talking
Green
about right
tile.
now. I'm going to lose my goddamn
It
mind.
was done in the 1940s.
Let's bring back the guillotine,
actually.
folks. Jesus Christ.
It was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them. And every time I hear them, I love the sound. Me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could
Yeah, you
turn
never
off
talk
the
to your
pile
wife, I'm
drivers?
sure, so
Sorry.
probably making
Darling,
that
that's
up.
private.
Is this someone in your head, Trump?
But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies.
It's been a great
This is the last
cabinet.
of the years, I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete. And you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War.
Oh, gross.
Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. And I had a chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving.
I mean, is he? Honestly, he always sounds like he's on cocaine.
Is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same.
This year we're more recruitment than everyone. The more people are being recruited out of this thing than everyone. I'm going to just soldier in uniform. It's like, okay, whoa, go, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Jesus Christ, calm down. Jesus, okay.
Right. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based.
Yeah, I know in your groove.
We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable.
No, that's fair, Doug. That's a good point. But alas, I mean, but like how he talks, like with the ups and downs, anyway.
Most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once, and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. I mean, we just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those two national guardsmen.
Yeah, I was ordered.
And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas.
It makes zero sense to say that DEI make. Do you guys remember that ad that the CIA had? Like, okay, let me show you guys real fast. Do you remember this ad? This is like a perfect illustration
a leg up always
of
to make sure that we're paying
the United
attention. And we
States.
want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders.
Drone operating. What was it? Ad. Where is that? You guys, did you ever see this? What is it? CIA operating woman ad. I want to see if I can find it. Okay, I don't know if everyone remembers this ad. That's what it is.
When I was 17, I quoted Zora Neale Hurston's How It Feels to Be Colored Me in my college application essay. The line that spoke to me stated
There it
simply.
is. Okay, guys, this is an ad. I'm gonna lose my mind. This is an ad. I think it was for the CIA that they put out to try and get people to join the CIA. Watch.
I am not tragically colored. There is no sorrow dammed up in my soul, nor lurking behind my eyes. I do not mind at all. At 17, I had no idea what life would bring, but Zora's sentiment articulated so beautifully how I felt as a daughter of immigrants then and now.
Okay, I'm pausing it just so I don't get copyrighted here, but okay, remember, ad for the CIA, joining the CIA.
Nothing about me was or is tragic. I am perfectly made.
I disagree. There's something very tragic about you. Just wait.
I can wax eloquent on complex legal issues in English while also belting Guayaquil de mis amores in Spanish. I can change a diaper with one hand and console a crying toddler with the other. I am a woman of color. I am a mom. I am a cisgender millennial who's been
Cisgender millennial.
diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I am intersectional, but my existence
She has the feminism shirt on, which, by the way, feminism is based. Love it. But you'll see what I mean, why this is weird.
is not a box-checking exercise. I am a walking declaration, a woman whose inflection does not rise at the end of her sentences, suggesting that a question has been asked. I did not sneak into CIA.
I know, Alyssa.
My employment was not and is not the result of a fluke or slip through the cracks. I earned my way in, and I earned my way up the ranks of this organization.
Anyone see the blood on her hands? I know it might be hard, it's dark, but there's blood all over her hands.
I'm educated, qualified, and competent. And sometimes I struggle. I struggle feeling like I could do more, be more to my 2 sons. And I struggle leaving the office when I feel there's so much more to do. I used to struggle.
Right, I missed a toddler. Gotta make sure we hit that toddler, right? Oops, I went home without killing that one toddler.
With imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refuse to internalize misguided patriarchal ideas of what a woman can or should be. I am tired of feeling like I'm supposed to apologize for the space I occupy rather than intoxicate people with my effort, my brilliance. I am proud of me, full stop. My parents left everything they knew and loved to expose me to opportunities they never had. Because of them, I stand here today a proud first-generation Latina and officer at CIA. I am unapologetically me. I want you to be unapologetically you, whoever you are. Know your worth.
Yeah, and okay, I see. This is the sort of shit that, like, okay, as Meowsworth said, like, DEI does not impact lethality. Trust me, this woman, I'm sure, was responsible for the death of some people. Even though she is a woman, she has generalized anxiety disorder. She's a first immigrant, whatever. All the things I said about her doesn't really change the fact that she's still very lethal, I'm sure. Sure, she's been responsible for the overthrow of at least one government. I mean, I don't know what she did. I think I remember reading that she's a drone operator or something. Okay. So I don't remember, but okay. So anyway, this is why the DEI stuff, yeah, this is why I just get so frustrated by okay. Anyway, all right. Just because you're all those things doesn't mean you're a moral person, right? Doesn't mean that it's good to join the CIA, right? Okay. All right. So you see how the CIA utilizes DEI as propaganda to try and get people to join it and things like that. Okay, moving on. Let's go back to the Trump press conference.
Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump, we're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision.
I don't know, Meowsword. I'd have to look it up. I can't remember her name. I'll look it up a bit here.
Capabilities. Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest borders. It's been an honor.
Yeah. So this was. Admittedly, Inga, this was I think the Biden administration. Okay. This was the Biden administration, I believe, with they put out this ad under. Or it may have been, I can't remember who it was, but anyway.
Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to zero, operational control of our border. And then it's going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations. And it's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessett, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal.
Jesus Christ, Howard Lutnick, another
They
piece
pay
of
us
crap.
10%, and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so we proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear, right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president
Insane. Sorry,
that
folks.
this
I
is
was
the greatest administration for auto workers
working still,
in
but
America.
anyway.
Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump.
Got all this. Oh my God, all this bootlicking. Again, they need to get a room. This is so weird. That's true, Inga. Actually, I don't know if she's still employed, but maybe. I mean, okay. Okay. Yeah. Like, what about your connections to Epstein, et cetera?
Understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right?
God,
And then you go to pharmaceuticals. Right?
Dear God.
$250
Blah,
billion
blah,
invested
blah.
in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices
Pounding
in
away
half.
on it,
We
okay.
did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I,
Oh
as
my
I sit
God,
here
shut up.
today,
This is
I
boring.
can't be more proud of how you did it, sir.
This
You
is
created
boring.
the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem.
There's
but I
little
think the
Marco
United
over
States
there.
is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. How much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you have heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country. And what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses.
Folks, just if you're interested, there was an article a while back on The Intercept, which I love The Intercept, about that ad I showed you, if you're interested. I just posted it in the chat anyway. But I'm sorry, I haven't been reading people's comments because I was working on stuff. Yeah, exactly, Matt Saga. It's like they need to get a room. They just want a little bit of what Bubba got. Yeah. This. Let's see here. Am I missing here? Missing here. Rushing FHR. Yeah, doesn't seem why. Yeah, right. We're Morphous Blob. Okay. Here we go.
We've closed out half of the fake schools that give out these fake
Right,
licenses.
doesn't he, Alyssa? He looks
All
like he
critically
solicits young
important.
girls.
Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people. Shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in D.C. per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. We've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other.
Yeah, they're going to start putting oil on each other and touching each other's muscles. Yeah, look how strong Pete is. Here, look, take off your shirt, Pete. Look at this. And he pours oil all over Pete's body and starts rubbing it. Look at this. Look at the shine. Look at the contour of the muscle. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just okay. Not to scar all of you.
Wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received
Drusilla,
fairly
forgive
well.
me. Don't look at me that way, Drusilla.
When we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Christina.
No, it's just I'm just saying how they're all like lovers, obviously. Like they're like praising each other left and right, and it's going to evolve. This is like I said, they should get a room. They're just like all pleasuring each other. Anyway, I'll shut up.
We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot
Right,
edge.
Macy.
It's supposed to be boot edge. Who's another grossly incompetent person? He'd get in his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber
That is
optics
true,
and they
Drusilla.
take fiber trying to hook it into copper, and fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it. But
We're
people do that
blinded
for
by
the
all the
last,
gold in there,
30
Drusilla.
years since they started doing the fiber.
It's not the only golden thing that'll be in that room anyway.
And it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by into the plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time, a great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, et cetera. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it. And other things, but you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
Is he gonna
the people movers of Dulles
coated with gold
recently? So we're going to announce that later today.
All right, guys, I'm going to pause it here. We got to start the mainstream, so I'm going to go start the mainstream. Maybe we'll finish watching it while people start coming in. There's quite a bit more. I really want to get to the media questions here. So we'll finish watching it as people start to come in. Give me a second here. Okay. Oh, he won it, right? All right. Yeah, we're just going to start it already here, Matt Saga, because I said I would start it at 1:30. I've been trying to start them earlier to extend the length of my streams since you're, might as well tell you all since you're all here. I've been trying to stream for longer. I've been streaming for like 3 hours, and then hopefully I'll start streaming for longer. Hopefully, eventually I'll start streaming at like 12 or 11 and then stream all the way till 4 or whatever, or later. I'm still trying to figure out. I kind of want to stream later at night because I feel like that's when most people are around. But anyway, we'll figure it out. But I'm going to start it now. Let me get going here, folks. Let me go back to my thing. All right. Okay, make sure everything's going to look good over here. What do I need to do here? I need to go here. Switching here. All right. All right, now you gotta make sure here. Gonna change it and such. Give me a second. All right, all right. All right, edit. So now I change it to a public stream over on YouTube, and then I got to change the description here. What should we call today's stream, folks? We're going to be learning about the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine. What should the opening thing be? What would attract more viewers, folks? What should I put as the first thing in our title for the YouTube stream? What's a good idea? Anyone have a good idea? I am horrible at these things. Yeah, exactly, Doug. That's why I'm thinking we could do that. What do we think, folks, for American Imperial? Ooh, that's a good one. You know what, Doug? I like that. We will say, instead of saying Monroe Doctrine, we'll say American Imperialism. American Imperialism, which is basically the Monroe Doctrine. Should that be the opening thing for the stream, or should we do something different? Woklahoma Uni. That's good. Maybe I don't know, Matt Saigai. You have to understand, Matt Saigai, I want Americans to understand what we're saying, and I don't know, a lot of them might not understand what that word is, Woklahoma. I'm not trying to be an ass, but I could be, maybe I'm wrong. What do we think? Yeah, okay. You know what? How about this? This does tend to attract people if I say, Trump spewing nonsense or something like that, because we'll watch the end of this. How about we do that? Okay. Trump spewing nonsense. Trump babbling. How about that? Trump babbling live. Okay. American imperialism. Then I'll put Woklahoma. I like that idea. Woklahoma University unit. Woklahoma University. That's funny. Woklahoma University, Discord reactions, and more. And more. Okay. And then I will put it down here as first, a presentation on the Monroe Doctrine. Second, Trump babble. Trump, how dare you? How dare you, Sir Bartholomew? Trump oils up beefy bod. Okay. Trump, babbling live. Okay. And then, third, woman gets an F on paper for being paper at university. I'm not going to go into too much detail here. And then lastly, and time permitting, Discord reactions. Okay. So there we go. Save. All right, let me make sure here that I actually changed everything over. Subscribers, everything okay. Hello, Sammy Lammy, welcome. Okay. All right, let me also now I got to change it over on Twitch now. Twitch, so people will probably start coming in, folks, but Casual Revolt is live. There we go. We got more people coming in now. be. Sammy Lammy, I'm going to be trying to move around and such when I stream, so you might be able to come to more of them now. I mean, well, we'll see how I change it around, but, all right. Actually, it might make it worse for you too. I don't know. Oklahoma University Description more. Done. Stream updated successfully. Now we're going to go back here and we're going to get out of that. Stream information. Hello, folks. Everyone coming in. Welcome, welcome. If I see we got a few people coming in here, welcome, welcome. Hey, Sammy Lammy, congrats, congrats. That's fantastic. Okay. I see that the chat is still not coming through over there. That's interesting. You know what I'll do? I'll get out of the multi-chat and then reload it. The multi-chat. There, still not good. Hello, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy, let's see here. Why isn't it working that way it should be? Hello, folks coming in here. We were just doing a little members only stream there for a bit. Though if you were on Twitch, you would have been able to see it too. Please like the actually everyone coming in here. Most of them are members in some way or another, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube. If you are coming in, all right, guys, can you see me now? Can you see me? I think I overloaded the computer trying to. Oh, I think my motherboard did some crazy stuff. Can you all see me now? Let me make sure YouTube's back on. Okay. Let me make sure I got YouTube back. This actually might be good because it said that my whole computer shut down and it said uncorrectable error. So I think this is why I need a new motherboard or I need a new computer here. So let me quickly make sure we're back up on YouTube. This is actually good because hopefully the chat will work now. It's my hope. Let me see. Store this shit. There we go. All right, give me a second here, folks. We'll make sure everyone back. Everyone good? We all see me now? Excellent, excellent. This looks better. All right, guys. So we are back. Yes, it is. So that's good. At least we got it back up in the multi-chat. Everyone back? Everyone can hear me? Excellent. Okay. Yay. All right, we fixed it. No problem now. I think at least now we got the YouTube in the multi-chat, so that's good news. Welcome back, folks. Forgive me. I need a new computer or motherboard or some shit. But we're back. Would someone check over on Twitch? Please make sure that the correct title is up. I'm guessing it is. Just wanted to make sure there. Okay. So let me make sure. Let me put the screen back up. You are Twitch. I know you are Metsuga. Okay. Let me just make sure to put this back up here. We have a meeting. So guys, hello, welcome. For those that are just coming in, we were doing an early stream for members only. Thank you very much, Dolly Boy. Okay, so the title's fine, fantastic. Thank you, Matt Saigai. So we are doing we were doing a members only stream. I'm going to try and starting my streams a bit earlier or a bit later. I'm going to try to figure it out. I kind of want to stream later in the day because I have a feeling more people will be able to come on if I start streaming later than normal. But in the meantime, I might do some early streams for members only, or you can go over to Twitch and anyone can watch on Twitch. Okay. So let me just make sure everything is up and running now. Looks like we got everything good. All right, you guys. So we got some things to do. First of all, you'll notice I'm in a new location right here. I decided to give you all a view. So let me show you. Let me explain that here in a second. After I make sure I got everything where I needed to go. Pop out chat. I'm still kind of setting things up here, folks, because I quickly transitioned from one stream to the other. Paste there, apply. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's awful, Diego. I'm so sorry to hear that. All right, you guys. So not a squirrel this time, just my computer being my computer. I'm hoping to. So first of all, folks, if we get one super chat, we'll put on the jester hat. I'm setting it up now. So one jester hat. Okay. 3 jester collar, as always. Jester collar. If we get to 5 makeup. If we get to 7, a jester game. Yay, jester games. And if we get to 10, I will do. I'll figure it out about I'll see how I'm feeling later. My tooth has been kind of hurting today, so we'll see if I can do a Jester After Dark stream 10, but we'll figure it out. And if not, if we don't do Jester After Dark, I will stream longer if we get to 10. Okay. After Dark? Question mark. Okay. Question mark. Okay. Start goal. All right, you guys. So, if we have a few things going on. Thank you, SoCal. Wow, already hat, please. No problem, SoCal. Thank you very much. We already got the hat going here. All right. So we got a few things. First of all, for the people that were already here previously, I know. Well, Matt Saigai, I'm almost out of the opioids because they don't give me that many because obviously they don't want to spark an addiction. Oh, we could do that, Meows, or maybe we'll take a look at that. Maybe we could do a Kahoot or something. We'll take a look when we get there. But so I'm actually almost out of opioids, so I haven't been taking as many, which is why my tooth is hurting a bit. Okay, so we got the hat on. For those that were watching previously, we were watching some of a Trump press conference. We were watching the meeting he's having. This is happening live, I believe. It might be over by now, but so I thought we could finish this up, or at least finish the reporter portion of this a little bit here before we get fully started. It'll help bring more people into if we watch this a bit. So let's do that. That's fair, Matt Saigai. That'll be a distraction. Then we will do. I have a presentation for you today on something called the Monroe Doctrine. That's not on. No wonder. Okay, on something called the Monroe Doctrine, which will be interesting in regards to Venezuela. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was the problem, American Against Fear. I had to get my jaw drilled into. So they actually drilled into my jaw. I doubt they did that for the wisdom teeth. That's true, Matt Saigai. So I think that's why it hurts me so much. I'm also very sensitive. Weirdly enough, people with red hair, this is scientifically proven, people who have red hair are much more sensitive to pain. There's sort of that stereotype that red-haired people are super emotional. I don't know if you guys know, but I have somewhat red hair, so I'm super sensitive to pain. Emotional pain, that's why I cry easily, physical pain, etc. But anyway, okay, so if you guys also look behind me here, I changed our environment a bit. Okay, I changed my environment back here a bit. What does that mean, Malzord? I've seen that before. I know I'm ignorant. What does the UWU mean? I know it's some internet thing. Would someone explain that to me? You see outside, folks, I decided to change our perspective here. Exactly, Doug. We're less susceptible to pain relievers, which is why they didn't give me just Tylenol. They gave me opioids. So if you see outside here, I'm going to quickly change it so you guys can see outside better. But we got like 3 or so inches of snow. Where is this? Okay, watch. I'm going to quickly change this so you guys can see better. You can see it better. Oh, if it lets me change it. Look outside. See that? That is snow. That is a lot of snow. And if I can actually probably zoom in a bit too. If that helps. If you all want to see it better. You know what? I probably should have put my face up so that you can really see it. Look at this. Like, you see that? Look at that. I know it's hard to see regularly, but you guys got a view now. It'll be hard to see. But you can see here that this is very, very, very snowy. Okay. So we got a lot of snow. All right. Okay. Let me quickly configure the video. Let me put it back up so you guys can have a view. No, there's no images of you can't tell where I am just by looking outside there. Okay. All right. So where is the configure video? All right. I need to quickly fix this now. See, now I've done this. I need to there we go. I need to put this back. 5. We'll put it at 6 so that you can kind of see it. Not really. All right. We'll keep it like that. Apply. All right, you guys. So you got a nice little view you all can watch. I gave you all a view. Oh, aren't I beneficent and friendly and kind? Okay. Okay. I know, right? I know. It's okay. Okay. All right. Street food. You can't see a street in this image. Trust me. I know. I wouldn't be showing you that if I thought anyone could do a reverse search. You're not going to be able to tell where I am, and if you try, you will fail miserably. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. So anyway, you guys got a view. Yay. All right. Okay. So, our great benevolent jester. Exactly, Dolly Boy. All right. All right, you guys. So let's finish up this just Trump thing, then we'll get into some good stuff. Okay, I know. I mean, Trump is good stuff. I mean, come on, it's like entertainment for all of us, isn't it? So, all right. Let me make sure we got everything here. Still kind of making sure everybody. Okay, everyone ready? Let's go. Oh, Mithril, that'd be amazing. Hello, Mithril. Okay. All right, let's continue.
No longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers.
Yes, Alyssa, I did watch Don't Fuck with Cats. Great show, disturbing. Be cautious, folks, if you watch it. Be cautious if you watch it. It is kind of sad. Yeah, but this is not okay. Fine, go ahead. You can try and find where I am. I don't give a shit. Okay, come to my house. I don't care. Right? Good luck with that. We'll see what happens.
Back at the center of it.
Actually, don't come to my house. That's a lie. Okay.
And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that.
Yeah,
But
amazing.
under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%.
I'll get his face. All right, I'm sure this is great. Okay.
So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers. That
I never
will take
said
some
that,
time to get
SoCal.
out
I
from
never
under.
said that.
But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work.
What do you mean, Meowser? What do you mean, who am I with?
But I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. We're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is
Okay, you know what?
unprecedented. And
Forgive me. I thought this was the media section. I want to get to the media section. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, more of his lackeys just ranting.
United States, and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you people, whether you
It looks like we haven't gotten. It looks like we haven't gotten. Yeah. I thought this was a press. I thought this was a press thing too. It looks like they haven't gotten to it yet. Okay, so you know what? We'll come back to this. Maybe if they start talking. I just don't want to hear. I don't need to hear the infinite circle jerk. So we will. Maybe if they get the press questions, we will come back. But for now, I'm gonna.
The American people.
I don't want to. I don't need to watch this. Okay. All right, guys. Yay! That went shockingly badly. I mean, not shockingly at all. Give me a second, folks. I just need to grab something. Now, can you hear me? There we go. Okay, guys. So, all right, you guys. So we again, if we get two more, I'll put on the collar. We already got one, so if we get two more, we'll put on the collar. Okay. All right, so let's continue this. We're not going to watch this Trump crap anymore. He looks like he's about to fall asleep, so I'll keep this on in the background, and then we can do our little presentation, and then we'll get on to the good stuff. Okay. All right. So here we go. Present. So we are going to talk about. We are going to talk about the Monroe Doctrine. This is very relevant for. Yeah. Right, Doug. Okay. We are, again, I will keep this on the background to make sure I don't miss anything of interest that may
If it
happen.
is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it.
Though I suspect I won't until we get to the press questions. So, okay. So we're going to talk about the Monroe Doctrine.
Thank you very much.
This will be very relevant in regards to what's happening with Venezuela. Okay. And it's a very complex topic with a ton of conversations within it. So naturally, I'm going to give you a very general overview, and then perhaps in the future, I can go more in detail about certain parts of this. Okay. So the first thing you got to know, right, as we're talking about the Monroe Doctrine, is that the United States, many of the founders, did I say hello to Hiyori? I probably did. I don't know. My brain isn't working. Many of the founders of the country were really wanted to start what they called an empire of liberty. Now, that is a contradiction. Contradiction. How can you have an empire? Exactly, Dolly Boy. Okay. And then it evolved, Dolly Boy, to mean something different by the end. How could you have an empire of liberty? Do you see? Okay, I'm sorry. Do you see how that's a contradiction? I'm doing well, Hiyori. How are you? Like, you can't really have right, weirdomorphous blob. Okay, like, you can't really have liberty and have an empire. Empire implies pretty horrible dictatorial kind of control, right? Or authoritarian sort of control. Empires always have a core and a periphery, meaning that there's like a core segment of the empire where all the resources go to, and they are extracted from elsewhere. Okay. Oh, of course not. Weird amorphous blob, right? So this is a classic sort of liberalism thing, an enlightenment thing, the mixing of these ideas with violent conquest. Okay. So we already had at the beginning of the country several founding fathers who were looking ahead towards the idea of an empire of liberty. It is, Hiyori. America is an empire. Okay. And they even had a quote. So here's a quote from one of them. This is from Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, the guy who is typically viewed as being the small government promoting guy who wanted a nation of small farmers. I mean, he was a slave owner. And the guy who was super promoting of freedom and liberty, and the guy who wrote the Declaration of Independence. He said the following. This is a direct quote. "We shall divert through our own country a branch of commerce which the European states have thought worthy of the most important struggles and sacrifices. And in the event of peace, the ending of the American Revolution, we shall form to the American Union a barrier against the dangerous extension of the British province of Canada, and add to the empire of liberty an extensive and fertile country, thereby converting dangerous enemies into valuable friends." So even he was like, we need to create an empire of liberty, and we need to annex people. There you go, Macy. Okay, we need to annex people for the sake of our protection. Okay, I want to understand properly. If you thought it's only if you no, yep, no, Hiyori. An empire can also be indirect. Okay. Have you seen the show Pluribus? I have not, Meowzord. Maybe I should look that up. Hello, Dennis Paco. Welcome. Right, Dennis Paco. I'm doing a presentation on something called the Monroe Doctrine, which was America's foreign policy, a history of America's foreign policy in Latin America, basically a history of the American Empire in Venice in Latin America, as a way of sort of giving context to what's happening in Venezuela. So hello, welcome, Dennis. If that's something you're into, please stay around. Okay. So that's what Thomas Jefferson had. There were other founding fathers who had this view of creating an empire. And, the wording here is interesting. I will point out, even the Roman Empire often phrased their conquests as being for self-protection, or they would call people exactly, Dolly Boy. It's our continent to colonize. Um, right, weird Murphy's Law. And the Roman Empire, there are some people that after they had conquered, they would call these people the friends of Rome. In Latin, the phrase was friends of Rome, and it basically meant that they were a conquered people. But in all the documents, they're called friends of Rome. And what does America have? We have a bunch of really close allies, right? That are like the best friends of America, like Japan. They're the friends of America, right? Are they, or are they sort of acquisitions, or should I say, satellites of the United States after we, defeated Japan in World War II and occupied the country? Anyway, you see what I mean? So, you can see here. Okay. Oh my God, that's so interesting. I take a look at it. Um, oh, I know it's insane, weird, amorphous blob. It's not true, right? That's such bullshit. It's basically like, so these phrases are always used, but in reality, folks, on the ground, it's imperial control. Like the Friends of Rome, I'm going to find the exact phrase here for all of you. Were basically just vassals of Rome. They were controlled by Rome. Okay, they were part of the Roman Empire. Friends of Rome. Let's see here. What is it called? Amicitia or Amicitia. Basically, Amici Populi Romani, the friends of the Roman people. Okay, so we have countries like that, right? Like Israel is a great American friend, the best ally. Japan, best great American ally. Taiwan, great American, great ally. Love them so much. Are they really allies? Okay, or is it we kind of have control with them? Okay, anyway. So even NATO could be argued. Now, NATO is a bit more complicated. I understand that, Europeans. I'm just saying there's some elements of that are true. Like a lot of European countries don't have much of a military. That they're building them up. So like America could basically do what they want if they really wanted to. You see what I mean? But anyway, okay. Regardless, just be cautious of language when it comes to empire, because language is often used to distort what's actually happening on the ground. Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, I know weird amorphous blob. We don't talk about that weird amorphous blob. I'm just kidding. Okay, all right. So we'll continue here. So there were several founding fathers who were already planning to establish an empire of liberty. Okay, at the beginning. Admittedly, though, oops, I don't know why that stage one. So there are multiple where did the rest of that go? Okay, well, I don't know. So I don't know where some of my slide didn't save. Okay. Um, yeah, there you go. There you go, Sammy Lammy. Okay, so stage one is essentially, I don't know. Well, please tell me that this saved. Please tell me that it's saved. I just got to make sure my presentation's saved here, because if it didn't, I'm going to lose my mind. I was working on it because the computer shut off, and I just hope it didn't destroy my presentation. Okay, it didn't. Apparently just the first slide is gone. Great, love that for me. Okay, so the first stage here is the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, yeah, apparently Mauser didn't know this first page. It's supposed to say stage one, the beginnings of the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, so there are multiple stages to what we call the Monroe Doctrine. All right, and we're talking now about the first um, stage here, okay, of the Monroe Doctrine. So what is the Monroe Doctrine? Hiyori, okay, when do you think America will fall? There was multiple stages to empire's decline. Hiyori, we are in the declining stage right now. We are an empire in decline. I am concerned, though, Hiyori, most of the time an empire, when it declines, there's mass violence. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I mean, like worse violence than we've seen already, but we'll see. That's kind of complicated here. There are multiple different views on the stages of an empire collapsing. But anyway, and it looks differently depending on the empire. All right, so moving on. The Monroe Doctrine. Let's talk about the Monroe Doctrine, shall we? So this is the first stage of the Monroe Doctrine. So the Monroe Doctrine, there was a president, by the way, named President Monroe, who's the guy on the right here. He was kind of a handsome guy, I guess you could say. Kind of a handsome guy. I kind of like those outfits they used to wear back then. I don't know. I think it looks kind of cool. Anyway, they'll probably be very uncomfortable. Yeah, probably Inga. Okay. Yeah, Doug. Violence is going to happen. It's going to be very possibly, Doug. Okay. So the Monroe Doctrine was formulated under the President Monroe. Okay, and it's a U.S. foreign policy. Exactly, Mithril. Typically, empires do not go out with a whisper, a whimper. Normally, they're like a cornered animal that kind of lashes out as they're falling. Now, it's not. Sometimes it's not that bad. Uh, it's still bad, but it can depending. Sometimes it's really bad. Sometimes it's not that bad. Okay. Anyway, so the Monroe Doctrine is a U.S. foreign policy that declared the Western Hemisphere off limits to further European colonization or interference. I know, weird Morse. So he basically declared there was a fear here, okay? There was something called the War of 1812. America had essentially, this is debated. You could either say it was a stalemate or a defeat for America. I typically do say it was a stalemate. Britain didn't really get what it wanted, and America didn't get what it wanted. I mean, America kind of got some things it wanted. Britain didn't get really much it wanted. It also didn't lose a lot. Anyway, and so there was this idea amongst Americans that we need to prevent Europeans from further colonization in Latin America, and exactly, Dolly Boy, Cycling Boy. Um, uh, yeah, so okay, I'm sorry, my brain is not working. Okay, so we wanted to stop any Europeans from further colonizing in the quote unquote, I don't like this phrase, New World. Okay, so North, South America, Central America, partially out of self defense. Okay, we were concerned. We were just already attacked. We were just attacked by Great Britain. We didn't want them to be any other Europeans to establish a hold in the New World because then they might attack us eventually. There was also this ideological, this was definitely an afterthought, ideological belief in protecting these newly founded independent states in the New World. Because there was still a lot of like revolutionary optimism and shit going on in America. And then on top of that, there was the idea by some folks that, well, we can easily conquer non-European countries because European countries are hard to fight, but independent ones aren't. That was actually, though I will admit, at this point, that was sort of a background thought, okay? It was not fully about domination at this point, okay? And as a matter of fact, when they passed the Monroe Doctrine, when they elaborated on the Monroe Doctrine, it was initially meant as a measure of self-protection and solidarity with other governments in Americas. And on top of that, folks, when they implemented this doctrine, the U.S. has had really no significant military or navy. It was mainly a declaration of principles. Like they couldn't really do anything. They couldn't enforce it. Like they had no navy, very little military. Okay, it was more of a symbolic thing. Like please stay out of the New World. Don't mess with the independence of other states here, including us. And a lot of the independent states in the New World liked it and they sided with it. They thought it was good because they're like, oh, good, we can all kind of work together against Europeans seeking to dominate us. Okay. Yeah, well, not completely, Mithril. Yes, the British was definitely not innocent in this. Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Where Demorphous Blob. So the Monroe Doctrine is all our faults. We wanted to do another colonization. Yeah. That Britain definitely didn't help the situation. Okay. As a matter of fact, Britain initially actually liked the idea of the Monroe Doctrine, by the way, because they thought it would allow them to keep their colonies in the New World, etc. Okay. Anyway, moving on. So initially, historically, that's the case. All right. Well, Weirdomorphous Blob, I'm saying this just as a historian. You know that I think the underlying reason was mainly domination thing, but the Monroe Doctrine initially, if you look at it, they didn't have any power to enforce any of it, right? It was mainly done by fear. They're wanting to protect themselves from another European attack. But you're going to see, Weirdomorphous Blob, I am not discounting the real politics because it doesn't work that way, okay? You'll see what I mean, all right? Okay, so here we go. So what were the principles of the Monroe Doctrine? So non-colonization. The doctrine stated that the American continents were not to be considered subjects for future colonization by any European powers. Notice the framing there. European powers can't do colonization, right? That kind of leaves open a door, doesn't it? Kind of leaves open a door for America to do it. All right. Non-intervention is the second one. It warned that the United States would view any European intervention in the affairs of the independent nations of the Western Hemisphere as a threat to its peace and safety. Now, Americans at the time did have real concerns about this because they had just been attacked by Britain. Yeah. So it was kind of like a collective defense idea. But it doesn't say, of course, that America can't intervene in other countries of the Western Hemisphere, all right? Separate spheres of influence. It was based on the idea that the Americas and Europe should have separate political spheres. That's where we get to what, yeah, Mithril, that's where we get to what Weird Amorphous Blob just said, okay? So this one implies, and is kind of contradictory, that the New World should be America's sphere of influence, and the old world should remain Europe's sphere of influence, right? Now, which implies that America might come to dominate the new world, right? Now, they didn't have a military or much of a navy at the time, so it was sort of an afterthought in this case, but you're going to see it evolves into being the main point of it, okay? All right. U.S. self-interest. There you go, Meowzord. Exactly, Meowzord. Okay, this is exactly my point. This is why we're talking about this, folks. Think about Greenland. Think about Venezuela. Okay. Fourth one, U.S. self-interest. And this goes back to what Weird Amorphous Blob was saying, okay? While partly motivated by a desire to protect newly independent Latin American nations, and by the way, like I said, I don't really buy that it was just about that. I think it was more mutual self-defense, as in they can unite together against the Britain if they get attacked again. Regardless, the doctrine was also a strategic move by the U.S. to prevent its European rivals from gaining influence in its backyard and to open up new opportunities for American trade and expansion. Okay. So as Weird Amorphous Blob was saying, okay. All right. And the evolution of the policy. This also gets back to what Weird Amorphous Blob was saying, because the initial policy I mentioned, which I was less harsh on, very quickly evolved. When it was first announced, it was more innocent. It really was. If you read the document, it wasn't that bad. Okay, and then like literally 2 years later, things started being added to it and started being reinterpreted, okay? Evolution of the policy. The doctrine was initially more of a statement of intent, as the U.S. lacked the military might to enforce it, okay? However, as American power grew, the U.S. began to enforce it, and later interpretations, such as the Roosevelt corollary, expanded its meaning to justify unilateral U.S. intervention in Latin American affairs to stabilize the region. Okay, and so that brings us to some other stuff, okay? So this goes back kind of what I was saying with Weird Amorphous Blob. Sorry, I keep mentioning you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Early Monroe successes. Was it a success? As in, did it really work the way it did? Now, most historians would agree that yes, as I was saying very early on, generally other countries in the Americas benefited actually from the Monroe Doctrine. I know this sounds like apologia. We're talking very early on though. And it seemed that it would be mutually beneficial overall because other countries liked it. They were like, oh, well, America will come to our aid. If we're attacked by Europe, we will go to their aid. But you're going to see very quickly that that's not how it turned out. Okay. And again, this was before America was a military power. So you can understand why they might want mutual aid. All right, here we go. So that brings us to this. This happened. We're going to ignore this. This happened early on. Okay, this happened very early on after the we're going to ignore this. So like I said, obviously Monroe Doctrine. I mean, there was a little thing that happened during this period called the Mexican-American War, which happened between 1846 and 1848, where America went to war with Mexico and annexed a bunch of its territory, including Texas, a chunk of California, New Mexico, a bunch of land out there. But we don't need to worry about that. That has not clearly, it's about self-protection, right? The Monroe Doctrine. This was not about conquest or anything. So very quickly, we actually ended up attacking a country in North America and seizing a bunch of territory from another state. Now, again, this was during the early Monroe Doctrine, so clearly it wasn't solely about that. More like woke DEI imperialism, right? Okay. Yeah, me too, weird amorphous blob. And I want to point out, folks, you know the reason why Texas, one of the reasons it left Mexico, it actually was its own country briefly, is because Mexico wanted to end slavery in Texas. So that's good, right? And America's like, oh, Texas, it's up for grabs. Let's take it and take more territory for Mexico in a violent expansion. Anyway, so gotta love that. So when we say remember the Alamo, it's saying remember the guys who stood and died at the Alamo fighting off the Mexicans because the Mexicans wanted to end slavery in Texas. Just a side note. Just a side note. Not to ruin anything for people. Anyway, okay, right, Meowzord. You remember was Blob? Yeah, I'm fine with forgetting the Alamo. So going back, I know I keep referencing Weird Amorphous Blob to what Weird Amorphous Blob was saying. This was a few years after the actual yeah, this is a few years after the Monroe Doctrine was implemented. So again, very early on, it was a slightly different, but then very quickly it became dark. And so, you know what I say to that, folks? You know what I say to that? This is what I say to all that, right? This is what I say to all of that. Oops. Well, I would say that if there wasn't an ad. Give me a second.
There's 8 billion people.
So, God bless. You know, God bless these United States. So glorious what we do, is it not? Glorious, glorious. In comes the United States to free Mexico, free the people of the West from Mexico. So glorious. And our amazing conquest and our amazing Monroe Doctrine that was meant to protect people. God bless freedom. God bless these United States. Everyone stand up. Come on. God bless us. It brings tears to my eye. It brings tears to my eyes. Oh, God. Oh, my God, you guys. It's just so beautiful. The flag is just so beautiful. Okay, you get it. Okay, we get it. Moving on. All right, so that's what I say to all that. Next stage here. Next stage here is the imperialism stage. And I already kind of hinted at this because the Mexican-American War, Herb doing the first stage, and their markets become so free, right, Weird Amorphous Blob? Don't we love freeing countries from their people and freeing people from their lives, right, Weird Amorphous Blob? So next stage of this, I don't know why this says Borcelli Group. The fucking, okay, whatever. I need to, that is the, I used a template. Anyway, okay, moving on. Then the new stage, we get to the next stage, all right? So at the, eventually America's military grew, okay? And as America industrialized and after the Civil War, America started to become a global power. We built a navy called the White Navy, the White Fleet. Under President McKinley, there were other presidents. We began to build up our military in order to try and become equal with other European powers and to actually engage in our own imperialism because we felt we were falling behind. In order to effectively industrialize, we felt we needed to be able to extract resources. There you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. We felt in order to continue our capitalist expansion, Weird Amorphous Blob, I'm not going to use Lenin's language, but for those that are interested, Lenin actually did some very interesting analysis of imperialism and capitalism. The idea that, capitalism needs to expand to extract resources, to constantly expand. And so imperialism was part of that. We felt we needed to be like the European powers so that we could get raw materials to the United States for the sake of industrial development. We needed to expand and get our own colonies and our own imperial possessions, just like the Europeans had. So we quickly see that the Monroe Doctrine changes from being stopping imperialism. Think of the poor shareholders, right, Meowzord? Stopping European imperialism and preventing them from entering the hemisphere to, the Monroe Doctrine means we are the only ones who can engage in imperialism in the New World. I know, Hiyori, okay? Because we need them resources to build our own empire. And the first big example of this sort of a war would have been the Spanish-American War, which I'm not going to go into too much detail about. Hopefully, a lot of you learned about it in high school. You may not have. It's not taught as much anymore, even though it's super important. This was an example of a false flag operation, literally. There was a U.S. ship in Havana Harbor. Spain owned Cuba at the time. And America had its eyes on gaining control of a bunch of Spanish possessions, Spanish colonial possessions, not only in the Caribbean, but also in the Pacific, including the Philippines, Guam, Puerto Rico, the Caribbean, etc. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. And we wanted those. And Spain was a dying empire. It was very weak. Its military was falling apart. It was corrupt. It was poor. And so they felt that the good target for this would be um, a, uh, uh, a good target for this would be the Spanish Empire, who couldn't really hold on to their possessions. So there was an American ship called the USS Maine in Havana Harbor, so in Cuba, which is owned by Spain. And one day it magically blew up. It blew up. The USS Maine blew up in Havana Harbor. This was very likely an inside job. The historical evidence seems to point to it being done on purpose or by accident. Regardless, so it was either we blew it up ourselves, our own ship ourselves, or it accidentally blew up because of our own mistake. Regardless, we immediately blamed Spain. Said that Spain had launched a torpedo at our ship, which it had not. The historical evidence is conclusive. And then we started a bunch of journalists in the United States. This is the beginning of something called yellow journalism. Started reporting on how the Spanish were abusing the civil rights of the Cubans and that they treated people in their empire evil, like they were evil, and they treated the people in their empire brutally. And guys, they did, but hardly relevant. Okay. They remember we talked about how they had reconcentrados and things like that. Regardless, the war was painted for the public as a war of freeing people from oppression. We got to give these people freedom, right? Got to give the people of Cuba freedom. Now, okay. So, do we see any similarities, by the way, with modern day conflicts? This is one of the first ones where this was used as an excuse. We were giving the people of Cuba. We giving the people of Cuba we got to give them their freedom, and we immediately went to war after a lot of yellow journalism had riled up the population. And we quote unquote liberated. There you go, Dolly Boy. We quote unquote liberated. Remember, I'm sorry. Remember this yellow journalism was all convincing the American people that the Spanish are evil to people in Cuba. We need to free the people of Cuba. So, but weirdly enough, we liberated, I'm using that word as a joke. We liberated both the Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Guam, and I think we liberated one other place. I can't remember. So we just liberated a bunch of Spanish colonies during the war. We pretty easily defeated Spain. The war lasts less than a year, and we took a bunch of their colonies from them and took them for ourselves, including a bunch of things that had nothing to do with what the reason we said we started the war. And as you know from my lesson I did on Cuba, we didn't treat the Cuban people very well either after we took over Cuba. Cuba was nominally independent, but we took direct control over Puerto Rico, which to this day is still a American territory. It isn't a state; it's a territory. It's a colonial possession. Puerto Rico is, and it's still pretty poor compared to the rest of the United States too. We also took over the Philippines and Guam, and we created our own imperial empire. Great. Yeah. Okay. So I know, right, Bogos? I know. Totally. Totally. Okay. Anyway, so so that was the Spanish-American War. Okay. All right. Well, wait, Bogos, what are you referring to exactly? Don't America control some of them? Why don't America? So this is a long story, Hiyori. I would say that they do. We do still control these things. We basically control the Philippines because we put a provision into their constitution that gives our corporations unlimited access to their resources. So we basically still control the Philippines, though we gave them their independence after World War II. But we also we don't control Cuba anymore because of the Cuban Revolution. They were liberated until that damn communist Castro, right? No, but that was a movement for liberation. That's why we don't like Cuba, is because they're no longer in our sphere of influence because the communists control it, or Fidel Castro controls it, and then. Yeah, exactly. Now sort of an evolution, and we still control Guam. We definitely still control Guam. So anyway, all right. It's also that was we still control. I think I have a map here. Well, I'll show you here. Where's the map? Here it is. So yeah, we got control of Puerto Rico. We got partial control over Cuba. We got control of Guam and the Philippines. So now we have an American empire. There's a very good book out there, by the way, called The Hidden Empire. And it's about the history of America's hidden empire because, even though, okay, so that's what I'm saying. So what do you mean, Bogos? I'm not sure what you meant. Forgive me. Please. Okay. Hello, Dennis. Okay. I already said hello to you, Dennis. Okay. So that was a problem. So because we actually had a literal empire, we actually controlled territory overseas. Yeah, Meowsord. Okay. But most of American empire was economic. Okay. But regardless, we actually controlled this stuff. Okay. Let me go back here. I just wanted to show you. So this is one of these yellow journalism political cartoons trying to convince people for us to go to war with Spain. Here you have, Uncle Sam up on up in America with his eyes closed while Lady Liberty is reaching out to the poor abused people of Cuba. It says here, Spain's motto: barbarity, cruelty, assassination, and murder. Liberty wants so desperately to reach out to these imprisoned Spanish folks, but America is blind to the suffering. Remember, this was about colonial acquisition. Yeah, Meows are not wrong, okay? So this was yellow journalism trying to convince Americans to engage in that war. Here we have a Spanish perspective. Now, although Spain, by the way, not a good guy. They were extremely violent, colonial colonial empire. No, neither side was good in this case. Obviously, America were the aggressors, but Spain was not good either. Regardless, this is Spain's portrayal of America, which you can see Uncle Sam there reaching out and grabbing Guam, Cuba and Puerto Rico, literally just taking it for themselves as a kind of greedy figure here. Okay, that's more accurate, but don't think Spain is great. All right. All right. So that brings us to the next stage of this imperialism. The next stage of this imperialism here. That is Trump's hero. Trump's hero. By the way, well, this is actually the same stage. This was all done under President William McKinley. William McKinley, who Trump has said multiple times is the president he takes the most after. He's well known to have read a book about William McKinley. He's always quoting McKinley. He loves McKinley. He's always talking about William McKinley. So this guy here is Trump's hero, William McKinley. Now, good or bad, just telling you that's Trump's hero. Bad, though, by the way, in my opinion. So William McKinley, I know in your groove, he actually, apparently, I would bet he probably read it on audiobook, but apparently he did read it. And from how he talks about it, it does appear as though he read it. I can't remember the name of the book. It's a bad history book. It's very pro McKinley, but anyway. Okay, McKinley. So what did he do? What did McKinley do? McKinley, by the way, there was an economic crisis around this time in the United States, and McKinley decided to help raise income for the United States. What did he do? He massively increased tariffs. Massively increased tariffs on foreign goods. That's interesting. Right? Does that sound familiar? He also was much more militant overseas and promoted interventionism all over the place to help expand and maintain America's empire, etc. Now, Trump hasn't really done that. He has in some ways, like in Venezuela, he seems to be doing that. He's also massively expanded the size and power of the military. Okay, yeah, and he was well known. There you go, Hiyori. That's why he likes tariffs. And I suspect whoever convinced him to like tariffs liked William McKinley and convinced him of it. Now, McKinley's tariffs, historically, it's unclear if they were really that good for America. They did raise a lot of revenue, but this is complicated. They were not that good for America. Let's put it that way. He's actually typically ranked amongst historians as a mid president. He wasn't terrible, but he wasn't great. Anyway, he also was became popular during a time of economic suffering, and he kind of used a lot of hello skittish kitten. I want to say populist language, but militant imperialist language, scapegoating language to try and convince people to vote for him, including like turning America's focus outward, taxing those foreigners and things like that. Okay, you can see the familiarity here. Now, ultimately, McKinley was assassinated by an anarchist. Thank you, Mithril. Just kidding. So yeah, created the American century. He was basically the architect of American imperialism, and the birth of America as not a superpower, but as a great power at this point. Interesting guy. So he was around during the Spanish-American War. I just decided to add him in here. Okay. He also built up America's fleet. So anyway, read more about McKinley if you're interested. He ended up being assassinated by an anarchist. All right. That brings us to William McKinley's Secretary of State or War. This guy right here, Teddy Roosevelt, who ended up becoming president. So now we get to see, hello, Mithril. Oh, I know, she did. Poor Emma Goldman. I love Emma Goldman's work. You know what, Dolly Boy, you're right. He was the VP. How dare you, Dolly Boy, know more about this than I do, okay? I think you're right, though, Dolly Boy. I think he was the VP. I can't quite remember. All right. Okay, thank you, Mithril. Yes, bully. Now, I will say one thing I respect about Teddy Roosevelt is he used the bully pulpit. Like, if politicians didn't do what he wanted, he would get in front of the in front of the newspapers of the camera and call them out by name, which is what we need a president to do. Okay, we need a president to use the bully pulpit to convince politicians to do what they want. Like, if we had a progressive up there, we have them bully the other politicians to vote for Medicare for all, whatever. Alas, he did that. He also, by the way, got a bunch of support from industrialists and such during his campaign. And after he was elected, he started breaking up the trusts, these big monopolies and stuff. And a bunch of these industrialists went into his office and said, "What are you doing? We gave money to you. Why are you doing things against us?" And he looks at them and he goes, sorry, folks, I'm the president now. Get out. We wish we had a president that did that too. Now, he was still good for business, but you see what I mean. Don't you wish that was? Don't worry, Weird Marvel's Bob. I know, like I said, he went after unions and stuff too. Not a good guy, but we need a president who uses it for good reasons, right? Okay. Anyway, so this starts sort of the next phase of not really the next phase, but the growing imperialism part of the Monroe Doctrine. Yeah, okay. So the Venezuelan crisis. That sounds familiar, right? Okay. So at the turn of the 20th century, German traders, not traitors, dominated Venezuela's import and export sector. Okay. It is. You're totally right, William Rose Blob. His weird hypermasculinity and obsession with like nature and man, like he was definitely a proto-fascist. But anyway, I'm not meaning to compliment him, William Rose Blob. I'm just saying he did develop some tactics that could be useful for the left if they take advantage of them. But he was definitely a proto-fascist. Okay. All right. So the turn of that they dominated Venezuela's internal monetary system. So basically, Europeans dominated Venezuela because it was still a colonially owned. Okay, the revolutionary turmoil of the last decade. Of the last decade of the 19th century, Venezuela saw these suffer, and these companies, European-owned companies, started complaining back to Berlin, to Europe, basically saying Venezuela is taking away our property. They're seizing the assets that these European companies own. They're making it hard for us to control the banking sector. They're trying to control their own resources. We're very upset. Okay. Oh my God, Sir Bartholomew, that's badass. You got a Moise Nanyet? That's amazing. I think that's how you pronounce it. Love it. Great Soviet era weapon from the World War II. Okay. Britain had similar grievances and was owed about 15 million in Venezuelan debt. Okay. So what Europeans did, because Venezuela, the new president, was refusing to pay these debts and was refusing to not take businesses away from Europeans, the Europeans launched a joint blockade of Venezuela. They blocked all of its ports. They cut it off from global trade until they paid their debts and gave compensation to those European colonial companies that they had taken property from. Okay. Um, and surely, right, according to the Monroe Doctrine, surely, hello, outer signal, surely the United States would aid Venezuela, right? I mean, according to the Monroe Doctrine, right, the United States is supposed to aid countries that are being intimidated and imperialized by Europe, right? Right? In theory, right? In theory, right? Right. Right. We're tomorrow's blob. Okay, so, um, no. In order to be, we decided to not do anything. We later, eventually, Venezuela decided to be agreed to arbitration through an international court. The United States didn't support Venezuela, though. They did say, yeah, exactly, Mithril. They did. We sent a bit of a navy there, and we claimed that our navy is what scared away the Europeans. It's not. It's not what scared away the Europeans. Okay, that was sort of an afterthought. They had already agreed to arbitration, and then Roosevelt took credit and said, "It was me. I was the one that ended this war. This is the 10th war I've ended. I sent our fleet over, and it scared away the Europeans. I protected our allies." Okay, I know that sounded like Trump, but you get why I'm doing that. And because we had kind of failed to live up to the Monroe Doctrine, Roosevelt issued a corollary called the Roosevelt Corollary in 1904. Oh, thank you, Outer Signal. I'll show you. So, Outer Signal, you can see there's snow outside. I'm here just so everyone can see the snow outside. That's why I decided to angle it. Jesus Christ, I absolutely need a new mic or a new computer. Okay, so Roosevelt argued that the U.S. could act as an international police power. Wow, that sounds familiar. If countries in the Western Hemisphere faced chronic unrest or couldn't pay their debts, which could be defined. Yeah, there you go, Mithril, leftist audio. If they couldn't, and which was left up to the United States to define. Yeah. What that meant, the United States could intervene and could intervene as a police power in Latin America. Okay, this marked a major expansion of U.S. influence and justified increased military and political involvement in Latin America. So we've gone from the Monroe Doctrine being this thing to protect European involvement in Latin America to it evolving into justification for America to be involved in Latin America, okay, as an imperial power. This is what the quote was, by the way. This was from Secretary of State Elihu Root about what Hello Trump failed, about what the Roosevelt Corollary meant. I just love this language. It is so condescending and so paternalistic. Here we go. All that this country desires is to see the neighboring country stable, orderly, and prosperous. Any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendship. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society may in America as elsewhere ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation. And in the Western Hemisphere, the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. Not condescending at all. Not condescending at all. Really, Hiyori? So you're getting floods over there? So, okay, as in we can, if a country is being barbaric and isn't civilized or isn't paying its debts or obligation, we're going to intervene. Of course, no definition for what any of these things mean, basically meaning anytime we say you're being uncivilized, we can intervene, which oftentimes, right, outer signal, which oftentimes, by the way, meant if you have a government that we think is uncivilized because it is helps the people of that country, we will overthrow that government. And what do you think ends up happening? So in late night, what ends up happening, folks, after this Roosevelt corollary was a series of American interventions in Latin America and expanding interventions. What we've talked about before. Remember, we talked about the banana republics. What was it? Guatemala. Yep. This is where you start to see a bunch of American interventions, invasions, overthrowing of regimes, and things like that, for a ton of reasons. For example, they attempted, what was it? Guatemala attempted to, Arbenz attempted to nationalize the banana industry, or at least tried to take unused land from the Dole Banana Company. Was he Secretary of War? Did I say the wrong thing? I thought he was Secretary of Defense. Secretary of State. I could be wrong. All right. Did I say, it was McKinley? My apologies, Inner Groove. I thought it was Roosevelt. Regardless, he was the one who mentioned it. I got a super chat. Thank you, Hiyori. Did I miss it? Forgive me, folks. Thank you. Well, I didn't get a super. I don't see any. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, SoCal. See you later. Bye-bye. All right, guys. If we get one more, I'll put on the jester collar, okay? We got 2 super chats so far. One of them didn't count for some reason, but we got 2. Let's get the third one I can put on the collar. I got you in your group. Secretary of State under Roosevelt. All right. So we started overthrowing any government that attempted to get rid of our business influence in these countries. Any government we didn't think fit our interests. There were multiple interventions. You can see we intervened in Haiti. We intervened in the Dominican Republic. We intervened in Panama. By the way, Panama used to be, thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you. Okay, we'll put on the collar. Panama used to be part of Colombia, but Colombia didn't want to hand over territory to us to build the Panama Canal. So we aided and abetted / created a Panamese independence movement, and then aided Panama, declared war on Colombia, and assisted Panama in gaining independence in exchange for us gaining control over the land that would become the Panama Canal. So we literally launched a war and took Panama away from Colombia so that we could build the Panama Canal. So there was that. And we intervened in Nicaragua. We intervened in Mexico. We started launching wars all across Central and South America. Now, there you go, Dolly Boy. That's why Trump wants it back under U.S. control. He's always saying we need to take back the Panama Canal because we've given Panama some degree of control over the canal. Before, we controlled it directly. We controlled the Panama Canal directly. We ended up giving it back to Panama. But he's like, no, we need to take it back because we fought a war to keep it. And, by the way, thousands of people died building the Panama Canal. It was because of disease and things like that. Okay, so we started all these. Now, you'll notice, though, all these interventions are still only in Latin America. Now, there were some overseas, not as many, though, mainly in Latin America. I know, Skittish Kitten, mainly in Latin America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean. Oh, I know, Outer Signal. It would be, okay? I'm not going to go into detail about all these. Just know a lot of them are ridiculous. Like, absolutely moronic interventions, very selfish, okay? But we still didn't really have the power yet to kind of go overseas and really start going all over the world. But the first place we were intervening, there you go, Dolly Boy. The first place we were intervening, though, was Latin America, South America, okay? We also, in Venezuela, we intervened there a few times. We settled, like, disputes and stuff. Anyway, okay. So this brings us to the Cold War. I'm not sure why these got, okay. And I'm not going to go into too much detail here because we could talk about this all day. The next stage of this was after World War II. European empires had essentially fallen because World War II and World War I combined had deeply weakened European imperial powers and colonial powers, and they started kind of collapsing and being unable to control large swaths of the world they had controlled previously. So this opened up a door for America to come in and take over, and we did. We were also kind of the only, yeah, we were left, right, we were less, what was I going to say? We, my mind blank here. We also, because we were now the global military power, we hadn't been destroyed by World War II. Lots of other countries that left a door open for us. So this brings us to the third stage of the Monroe Doctrine, which is the Cold War, and this is where things get messy. I mean, if you thought it was, yeah, which kind of left a door open for us, Dolly Boy, this is where things get really messy. They were already messy, but this is where we start doing some real evil stuff. Like that other stuff was evil, but yeah, okay. We started, these are all on this map are all the countries we intervened in during the Cold War. You see, it started spreading out way beyond just Latin America. So we kept intervening in Latin America a ton. We also started intervening a ton more in Africa, in Europe, in the Middle East, in Asia, because now we had the ability to intervene everywhere. We basically turned the whole world into our backyard. So you see a process here of slowly expanding the places we're interfering in, and we started using the CIA to overthrow governments. This was largely because we had an opening to do all this because we were a global superpower. Also, we were competing with the Soviet Union, which was another growing was another imperial power. So there was also great superpower competition going on there, which kind of further fueled that fire. So there was a bunch of competition. So anyway, so there was also a fear of communism, which was often an excuse that was used to dominate. You know what? You're right. You're right, Mithril. France isn't illustrated there. There were other places too where we interfered. I don't know. Maybe this didn't include everything because there's so many. But yeah, 1945, 1989, a lot of other interferences too. Yeah, yeah, bullshit though. Weird amorphous blob, right? Like obviously the Soviet Union wasn't going to interfere there. Smart countries, by the way, played us off of each other. We like India got both sides to send it money. So did Egypt. Also, if you guys see down here, Venezuela became a socialist country, and so did Cuba. And to this day, Venezuela is one of those countries there's two countries essentially in Latin America who don't listen to the United States. Well, Brazil now too. The two that aren't really a part of America's sphere anymore is Venezuela and Cuba. And what two countries do we not like? Venezuela and Cuba. Why do you think we're always trying to come up with an excuse to embargo them or overthrow their leader? It's because they're not part of our imperial sphere. They have effectively been able to kind of keep a degree of independence, and they're right in our back door. And we have a history of overthrowing. Coincidentally, the two countries who are doing the worst. Yeah, Bogos. That is because, by the way, we've often embargoed these two countries. We've made it very hard for them to develop what's the term, economically and things like that. This is complicated, Bogos. There are other issues, not just that, but there are other issues there as well. Haiti, for example, is still under American influence, and it's much worse off than Cuba or Venezuela. And that's just because we've always overthrown. We keep overthrowing their governments. And for years, Haiti was embargoed by the United States and Europe because of the slave rebellion there, and we didn't like the idea of an independent slave republic. So that is a big problem. Yeah, you're right, Bo. That's true, Bogos. You're absolutely right. But that isn't that part of that there, Bogos, is that they've over relied on oil, but also the United States has made it very difficult. Other countries had too for them to export the oil in a significant way, amongst other things. But partially, Bogo, you're right. Venezuela's government has focused too much on building up their oil, and so they've neglected other parts of their economy. And oftentimes they've turned to printing money. Now, there aren't really many other good options for them because of all the um, yeah, Bogo. Oh no, you're right, Bogo. But I'm saying here, but they're also a big part of this is Venezuela. I mean, is the embargoes or the sorry, the sanctions and stuff on Venezuela. All right. So okay, guys. So that is and so you can see here why Venezuela, for all the reasons that are given for why we want to intervene in Venezuela, those are the same ideas that have been used throughout history, throughout history. Um, throughout history. So no, you're right, Fox. Venezuela is a mixed economy. Not the whole thing isn't socialist. They have private parts. They have socialized their oil industry and some other parts of their economy. So, but they're not failing because they're socialist either. By the way, because it's just yeah, it's because a large part of their company economy is privately owned. Alas, all the embargoes and stuff have made it really hard for them. Okay. So, all right, and amongst other things. It's not only that. Yeah, they socialized the wrong industry. Okay, so you guys, so there you go. The Cold War and such has only saw the expansion of this intervention. So this is the Monroe Doctrine of today is basically us dominating anywhere in Latin America, and things like that. No, you're right, Fox Emblem. Hoarding all the wealth. Yep, yep. That's true, Fox Emblem. Although admittedly, um, that's fair. But actually, I haven't heard much about that, Fox. I might have to look into it. I believe you, because a lot of times, yeah, I get what you mean, Fox. I might have to look into Cuba. I don't know about the ultra wealthy there. I don't know if are there ultra wealthy. I mean, I'm guessing you're right, Fox. I might have to look. All right, so okay, so there you go. That is the Monroe Doctrine, and that's where it's at today. Okay, and I didn't even include. Um, I didn't even include a lot of the more modern day stuff, but Venezuela is just yet another of these interventions that has happened historically. Like any attempt to make it seem otherwise is sort of really missing the historical context here of us always, um, um, etc. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Fox Emblem, the embargoes on Cuba were pretty bad, though, Fox Emblem, especially after the Soviet Union fell, because then they had no one to really trade with. But I do what you mean, Fox Emblem. There's other issues with this too, Fox Emblem. Like um, they are well. You have to understand too, for these ideas of these socialist governments, unfortunately, for this to really work, you need international socialism, right? You need to be able to trade with all these other socialist countries to get resources you need and stuff. But alas, they haven't had access to that. There's lots of issues here. Okay. Anyway, okay, guys. So there you go. That's our presentation on the Monroe Doctrine. Um, all right, I'm going to put my face back up here. Well, where'd my face go? Overlay face. Where'd you go, overlay face? So, I don't know why my face won't pop up here. Let me just fix this real fast, folks. So, the parasite. What parasite are you referring to, Malzord? What parasite are you referring to? Oops. I don't know why this damn goddamn camera's being weird to me. Okay, God, what the hell's with my computer today? I really need a new computer, don't I? All right. Okay, there we go. So, I got you, Fox. I'm interesting. I have to look more. Oh, I got you. Yeah, Parasite Malzord. Yes. Okay, so that's where the context for the Venezuela is. Okay, the context for that. Like all of these interventions in history have always had some sort of excuse. Typically, it's about freedom or they're a threat to our nation. I remember. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Outer signal. That's the issue. And so what would you say? You had a question here. You had a question here. Where did I see the question? Someone had a question. Was it Hiyori had a question? Hiyori, can America even go to war with Venezuela? It may set off. Oh, it absolutely would, Hiyori. Yes, we can go to war with Venezuela. We can. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone will come to the aid of Venezuela. Like, no one will militarily come to the aid of Venezuela. I don't think, unfortunately. So yeah, but it absolutely will have unforeseen events. They all do. All wars do. So yeah, Russia dipped out. Like China won't come to Venezuela's defense. I mean, China might do something like economic, like to some sort of, I don't know, sanction or something. I don't know, but we're not. No one's going to come aid Venezuela militarily. I can basically guarantee you that. I can also. I'm also. I know. Very sad, skittish kitten. And we'll see if it happens. I'm again. It's partially a pressure campaign. We can hope it doesn't evolve to war, though it looks like it's headed that way. Yeah. So. All right, you guys. So, okay. So there we go. That's our presentation on that. Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. And that's the other thing too. If I don't think Dolly Boy, in my opinion, I don't think America would put troops on the ground. I don't think we would. I mean, Trump might be stupid enough to do this, but I mean, it's possible. I'm just saying this is just me spouting here, because it should be so unpopular to do that. Like, there is no support in America for ground on the troops on the ground. But Trump might be dumb enough to do that. But if we do put troops on the ground, it would just be there would be a guerrilla war. Like we would lose eventually, because that's all the Venezuelan military is trained to do is guerrilla war. Essentially, they've trained militias and stuff to do a guerrilla war. And that's how we've lost all of the last few wars. It's just all this guerrilla war. If we just look, if ignoring the morality of any of this, like we would militarily, it'd be very difficult for us if we were to invade on the ground, because guerrilla war is hard to fight. Okay, so all right, urban guerrilla war, especially with all those jungles, etc. All right, you guys. So so there you go. That's the that is the Monroe Doctrine. So I'm just making sure here we got everything set up here, everything good. Okay, guys. So let's something else I wanted to talk about with all of you is we got I got a video here. I think someone posted it over in the yeah, that's how democracy dies. Someone posted this over what is this on Discord. Someone posted this over on Discord. And this, was it Matt Saigai who posted this? So Matt Saigai posted this. There is a yep, absolutely, Dolly Boy, absolutely, Dolly Boy. Okay, there is a video. So I don't know if you heard about this. This happened in Oklahoma University, and we're gonna watch. Someone sent this to me. Who is this for? Let me find this. Reactions. Okay. So, ooh, which one should I watch? Should I watch Matt Saigai's or should I watch David's? How long is Matt Saigai's? I haven't seen Matt Saigai's one, I don't think. Give me a second here. So, guys.
Okay. Our home state is.
You know what? We're gonna watch the one that David sent because I think it's shorter, so I can actually make more commentary on it, given that I don't want to copy someone else's commentary. So we'll do the one that David sent me.
So I don't know how many of you guys have seen this story. I think it kind of blew up on.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this up over here. Paste.
So I don't know how many of you guys.
All right. So what happened, folks, is I don't know if you guys heard this. Oh God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. So this woman by the way, oh, you can kind of see the snow better outside. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? You see how beautiful it is? Isn't that pretty? Let me quickly for those who have been here, this is why I have this episode so you all can see the snow. Let me quickly here configure the video so that you can see it a bit better. I know I already did this, but just for the sake of people who hadn't seen it yet, let's take a look here. Oh, look at that outside. Isn't that pretty? Look at that. Ooh, all the snow. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Okay. All right. Enough of that nonsense. Back. Okay. So, all right. I didn't see that skittish kitten. Yeah. So here we got what happened, okay, is that this girl, this woman, I don't know, I'm not sure how old she is, at the University of Oklahoma, just good God, okay. She turned in a paper for a psychology class, and that paper, it was about gender. And that paper basically quoted the Bible. It basically used a bunch of religious references to make this argument. The argument she was trying to make. It was a mess. Okay, it was a mess. It was an absolute mess. And for a paper in a scientific psychology class, and her professor essentially gave her an F on it, or the person who was like, why is this doing this for me? The person who, God damn it, I don't know why the camera's being weird. The person who was supposed to grade the paper gave her an F. Okay, just did, gave her an F. And then she is now causing a massive uproar about this. She's causing a massive uproar. I don't know why it's frozen. I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. Okay, let's just watch this. You'll see what I mean. It's crazy. So let's watch this together. Here we go.
I've seen this story. I think it kind of blew up online, but there's this woman who goes to the University of Oklahoma, and I believe she was like a top level swimmer. I guess a D1 swimmer who's had a very successful swimming career.
No, exactly, Hiyori. And that what's scary about this, folks, is one thing if you use the Bible and then you get an F, and it's like, okay, well, that's what happens when you use the Bible for a scientific thing. But it's the fact that there was so much anger. So much anger. I'm sure you do, skittish kid. Okay, anyway. Yeah, and it's like, and that's the thing, like, I don't care if that's your opinion. Fair, you can, believe what you want, Bible or whatever. But like, you're in college, you don't do that there, right? Okay. So anyway, so let's watch.
But she goes to University of Oklahoma, and I don't know if she's majoring in psychology, but she has this psychology class where she has to write a paper, and the paper is basically related to like gender roles in society. And in the paper, she starts writing, basically citing God in this circular reasoning about God made women womanly, and that's why they need to adopt womanly roles, and God made men manly, and that's why the manly men have to do manly things. It's very, like, childish, like, in the nature of a woman is being a woman, so that's what you got to do. Like, just stupid. Let's call it it's stupid. Like, there's no fucking logical reasoning or deduction or argument or empirical evidence or anything. It's just, it was dumb. It was a stupid paper. Well, guess what? The assistant professor basically flunked her for that. And then she started crying discrimination.
Oh, is there skittish?
And the right...
Like, okay, this is what annoys me, is like, we are really becoming a Christian nationalist theocracy, that like, you can cry about someone giving you an F because you reference religious stuff, and there's massive, like massive backlash. Sammy Lammy, we still have very good universities here. I'm not like pro-America, but it's true. The issue, of course, is that because of the Trump administration, knowledge doesn't matter anymore. You have to buy into the narrative, which is Christian nationalism, right? So it is crazy, Sammy Lammy. It absolutely is crazy. Okay. All right.
Outlets
hello,
picked
Burnjabi.
up the story and ran with that, arguing that this is like anti-Christian discrimination because this fucking idiot wrote an idiotic psychology essay where she basically invoked God as her only fucking argument. So this is in Salon. OU student claims bad grade is an attack on her faith. OU psych student appeals failing grade on Bible-based essay that ignored instructions and lacked any academic rigor. A University of Oklahoma psychology student is challenging a failing grade after submitting a gender roles reflection essay that heavily referenced the Bible, sparking debate over free speech, academic standards, and the role of personal belief in college.
Yeah, you know what? You should do that. Anyone here in college, you should write a paper and then cite the Quran. Okay, cite the Quran, and then when you get an F on it, you should also do a crybaby thing, and then see if the right wing comes and supports you. All right, let's see about that. Or cite the Bhagavad Gita, or whatever that Hindu book is, like, or the Torah. What just cite, maybe the Torah, they might support that too. Cite some religious text that is not the Bible or the Torah, and then see if they come and support you for that. Okay, that'd be kind of interesting experiment, wouldn't it?
Coursework. Samantha Fulnecki, a junior psychology major, submitted a 650-word reaction paper in a course assignment asking students to reflect on societal expectations of gender and children. The instructions allowed students to incorporate personal experience or perspective,
Right,
but emphasize thoughtful engagement with the original article.
Yeah, you're right, Meowser. We should quote Mein Kampf and then argue freedom of speech.
Fulnecki's essay instead leaned heavily on biblical teachings to argue for traditional gender roles without citing empirical research or quoting specific.
Oh my God, you're so right. Bogos. Bogos, you say you think the teacher was biased to give her a 0. Okay, honest question, Bogos. If you say yes to this, then I will understand you. So Bogos, if she had quoted the Quran to make her argument, or she had quoted the Bhagavad Gita, would you think that'd be okay? Would you think that's okay though, Bogos? And if you do, that's then good. Then that's fair. We can have a bunch of people in college just quoting whatever religious text they want to make their arguments, even if it's not scientific. Okay. Please let me know, Bogos.
Specific scripture. The graduate assistant grader gave the essay a 0, noting that it contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology over empirical evidence, and contains passages that are offensive. The student claims the failing grade amounts to religious discrimination and a violation of her free speech rights. Free speech rights. Let me ask you a question. By that logic, do you have a right to get a good grade?
By the way, free speech is not, that applies to the government. The government cannot do free speech regulation. I understand that this is like a public university, but this is not. There have been other rulings that show that that is not a free speech violation, or it's not a violation of free speech to give someone a bad grade for that. I'm saying that as a teacher. It's different, but okay. I got you. Hey, that's Bogos, that's fair. Bogos, that is a fair point. Okay, I'll buy that. That's an okay argument. If you don't think she should have gotten a complete 0, I could see that. Like if she actually turned it in and stuff, maybe she should have gotten a few points. But okay, Bogos. I personally, Bogos, I don't really care that she got a 0. But I'm not going to argue with you there, Bogos. We could debate whether or not you get like 1 or 2 points. Like for example, Bogos, I'm a teacher. If I had a students write about like George Washington or something, and they turned in something quoting the Bible, saying, well, the history of George Washington doesn't matter. George Washington didn't exist because the earth hadn't been created yet. Okay, I know I'm making shit up, but then I would have to give it a 0, right? I'm trying to teach them something specific that would be inaccurate history. But I get your point though. Okay, because then anyone can write anything on any paper and they get points. Okay.
Grade on every piece of work that you do in an essay in school, no matter what the topic is? Because if they give you a bad grade, you could say, well, you're violating my free speech rights. Is that where we're at now? That's what free speech means? I get to write a shitty essay and get a good grade for it? Okay. She has appealed the grade and contacted state officials and religious freedom advocates. University faculty and academic observers note that while students have a constitutional right to express personal belief, instructors have the authority to assess assignments on their academic merit. In a social science class like psychology, coursework is expected to demonstrate critical thinking and engagement with empirical evidence. Fulnecki's reliance on personal ideology rather than scholarly reasoning has drawn attention as a potential academic concern beyond.
That is true. It's like you have to use scholarly reasoning as a psychologist. If you're going to be like, for example, if you're a psychologist who's doing counseling, you're not going to be like, you shouldn't be like, well, according to my faith, mental illness is caused by demons that possess a person's body. So I'm not going to give this person medication. I'm not going to give this person any sort of treatment. That's like, you see what I mean? Like there is, so this is problematic. you can't really. Then okay, if she wants to do that, then maybe she should choose another field. Like she should choose religious studies. You know what I mean? Um, okay, yeah. If you're depressed, just find Jesus. Like, because these are dangerous fields to mess with if you're just not going to rely on if you're not going to rely on the science.
On the free speech debate, the case highlights.
Like, imagine if you were becoming a physicist and you would say like, well, gravity doesn't exist. I don't believe in the gravity equations because that's just the power of Jesus's love bringing things to the ground. Like, okay, you see what I mean? Then anyone can be anything.
The complex balance in public universities between protecting students' rights to express beliefs and maintaining rigorous academic standards, particularly when assignments require scientific reasoning. OU has not publicly commented beyond acknowledging the great appeal process. Okay, so now let's get into some of the specifics. Let's do that. So right off the bat, let me just tell you, she complains. Fucking TPUSA comes out of the woodworks to fucking back her. Right-wing outlets write articles backing her. Then University of Oklahoma immediately comes out and cucks themselves and caves. So they posted the following statement. The University of Oklahoma takes seriously concerns involving First Amendment rights, certainly including religious freedom. Upon receiving notice from the student on the grading of an assignment, the university immediately began a full review of the situation.
Is that true, guys? Is that true? I didn't know that. The instructor was trans. Is that what I'm reading here in chat? Because that makes more sense. That is definite. I didn't know that. I didn't know the instructor was trans. He may have said that, but that makes it more different. The reason I said to I'm sorry, who was it? That Bogos. Bogos. I would say Bogos. Oh, sorry, Bogos just said something, but let me say something before past Bogos. Is the reason I said to Bogos because teachers can have different grading things. Like there are some teachers who, if you turn in something, they will give you some points. So Bogos could make a good point there. Like, yeah. Maybe you can disagree with giving her a 0. You could still fail her, right? But you don't need to give her a 0 technically. I personally don't care that they gave her a 0 because if she turns something in, some teachers might be like, okay, well, there's some points for doing it. I don't take that approach. I mean, I totally agree with you guys. I think she should get a 0 because especially at that level, you shouldn't really have much mercy on someone if they're not going to use scientific literature. Bogos, I'm not religious. I just think giving the same mark as someone who didn't submit anything at all is too harsh. It's very clear. Yeah, there you go. That teacher who is trans by default going to be I'm sorry. I just lost where I was reading. Bogus. Okay, I'm sorry. I just think giving the same mark as someone who didn't submit anything is too harsh. It's very clear that the teacher who is trans is by default going to be biased in this situation when assigning a paper about gender norms. That was the subject, right? No, I disagree with you, Bogos. I don't think it was about gender on like a psychological lens. You can I think a trans person could do that in an unbiased way. Forgive me, Bogo. So if you're saying if the person who did this wasn't trans, would you still think that was too harsh? Like I don't. I don't. I just don't. I don't buy that argument, Bogos. We could theorize, but I don't think I think academically we could say that is worth a 0. Like if you're not doing science there, that is just you quoting your religious beliefs, or you're not doing what is expected in the class. Also, guys, I had to write papers when I was in grad school and an undergraduate where I disagreed with the point I was making, but because the instructor was trying to make a point. Was trying to teach us something, I would, still have to work it the way we wanted me to in order to see other perspectives and things like that. You see what I mean? Like I had to write I had to write a paper on George Washington that didn't really talk about the slavery or anything, and which bothered me, but I did it anyway because there are different. Okay, that's fair, Bogus. I mean, like I said, there are teachers who do that. There are teachers who do give some credit for even if you completed a paper. So okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, Fox. Some teachers do that. I don't really. But I disagree with Bogos. I don't think her being trans has anything to do with it. I would give her a 0 too. Okay, moving on.
And has acted swiftly to address the matter. First, the college acted immediately to address the academic issue raised by the student. College leaders contacted her on the day her letter was received and have maintained regular communication throughout the process.
Well, then, Bogos, wouldn't you agree that it should get a 0? I mean, okay, maybe you're saying, Bogos, the fact that she turned in, but if she did turn in a pile of crap, like Bogos, if someone turns in something that's written by AI, or that is just really badly written, looks like it was written at the last second, even that should get some credit. I don't think so, Bogos. That's my opinion.
As previously stated, a former grade appeals process was conducted. The process resulted in steps to ensure no academic harm to the student from the graded assignments. Second, the student reported filing a claim of illegal discrimination based on religious beliefs to the appropriate university office. OU has a clear process for reviewing such claims, and it has been activated. The graduate student instructor has been placed on administrative leave pending the finalization of this process to ensure.
See, to me, that's insane. Why are we punishing the woman, right? Like, this is absolutely insane. Folks, I'm not trying to say I'm not defending this at all. I'm just saying if that's the argument that's being made, I guess you could say that, well, but I don't believe that at all. I think she should get a 0. It's insane that they're firing this woman or putting her on academic leave for an event. That's insane. Okay, that's insane to me. Bogus, I completely disagree. Like if I had a student that turned in something, like if I had a student that turned, like if I were to, I've had students, for example, turn in, like I'm like, write a paper on, but Bogus, like I've had students, like I'd say, write a paper on the rise of American imperialism. Hello, Dennis. And a student turns in a paper talking about McDonald's. That is a 0. Like, I'm not going to give credit to someone for, that's in high school, by the way, and I'm not going to give credit for someone who didn't even answer the prompt. So if she didn't even answer the prompt, which apparently she didn't, and it's complete nonsense, especially at the college level, I'm not going to have mercy on that, especially if you're in a field where your education is going to be important to other people. Like it's going to have an effect on other people, what you learn and how you learn it. I am not going to do that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Meowzord. Okay.
Fairness in the process, a full-time professor is serving as the course instructor for the remainder of the semester. OU remains firmly committed to fairness,
Bogo.
respect, and protecting every student's right to express sincerely held religious beliefs. So the assistant professor who graded the paper, they put her on leave. They suspended her. Him, I actually don't.
Yeah, outer signal. I know it's insane. The university responded, board should have laughed Oklahoma academics into the mud. And by the way, folks, even if we argue that, well, she could have taken off some points, that doesn't mean she should be suspended, nor should it mean that it's bad that you gave her a 0, right? Like just because another teacher may have given her some credit doesn't make it okay that this is blowing up so big. And I would suspect, folks, even if she only gave the woman 2, like gave her 2 points, there would still be a big blow up, right? Like the fact that it's a 0 doesn't matter. If she had failed her even with like 1 point, it still would have been a big blow up. It doesn't matter.
I don't know if it's who the person is, but that's insane. That's insane. All right, ready? So here is, I'm going to read you some of the article that got a bad grade. You ready for this? The article was very thought-provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society. The article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce gender norms. I do not necessarily see this as a problem. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. God is very intentional with what he
I haven't seen a weird amorphous. Oh, I see. So this is what he's talking about. Let me see.
makes. And I believe trying to change that would only do more harm.
Guys, can we find this? Can we find this paper? I have not read it. I've only seen paper. Could someone send it to me? If you have it, would you send it to me? Paper. Because now I'm as a teacher, I'm interested to see. Oh, did you send it, Meowsword? I'll take a look. Okay, let's read it. I feel like I'm just kind of spitballing because I don't know exactly what she said. I know that he's reading some of it. I'd rather see the original source here. Meowsword. Where is Meowsword? Here is Meowsword. Okay. Meowsword. There we go. All right. All right. Let's see here. Okay, let's do some grading, shall we? Let's do some grading. Where's my pen? We're gonna grade this, folks. We're gonna grade this the way I would like to grade it. Okay. We're gonna grade this shit. Save image as, I don't know. Let me just move it over here so you guys don't see all this shit. Okay, downloads. Well, you know what? We're not gonna. I don't want to have to go through all these. Okay, let's just read this. Okay, so I won't use my pen because it'll take too long if I have to download each of these parts of it. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Keep in mind. So this is for a psychology class. Yeah, this was for a psychology class. What was the original prompt? Do we know what the original prompt was? The original prompt is. What was the original prompt? Original prompt here. This is the prompt. Okay, you must write a 650 word a 650 word double spaced reaction paper demonstrating that you read the assigned article and includes a thoughtful reaction to the material presented in the article. Points will be deducted when papers are deficient in any of these areas. I will deduct 10 points if your paper is between. Okay. The reaction paper should be a summary, but should not be a summary. Rational, thoughtful discussion. Okay. Paper clearly written. Okay. So let's take a look. All right. So the article was there. This article was very. Wow, she starts with a this. Okay. Okay. So first of all, folks, you shouldn't be starting with a this. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I'm being too teacherly now. Okay. The article was very thought. This article. What article? What article are you referring to? You shouldn't use the word this unless you have something we know that you're referring to. Okay. God, I really wish I had my pen. I would be marking this up so much. Okay. This article was very thought-provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate. Okay, unnecessary adding a thoroughly unnecessary. Evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society. The article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce gender norms. I do not necessarily see this as a problem. Oh, great. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. Okay. Now, according, of course, to the okay, God damn it. According to the prompt, I believe it said you have to engage in critical thinking and evidence. So automatically here, where's the evidence for that? You say, I do not necessarily see this as a problem. First of all, what is this? I hate the use of this randomly because especially, okay. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. Okay, evidence. God is very intentional in what he makes. Why is H capitalized? Why is H capitalized? I know why it's capitalized. It's okay. He makes okay. So, and I believe that trying to change that would only do more harm. Evidence for that, please. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Why'd you put that in quotes? Was that a quote from the article? Is there a reason that's a quote? Was that a literal quote? Okay. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desire in our hearts. What is a womanly thing? What is a womanly desire? What's the evidence that God created us with womanly ideas? Okay. I don't see the evidence there. Where's the critical thinking? Okay. The same goes for men. That's kind of a fragmentary sentence, don't you think? The same goes for men. What goes for men? What's same? Why is there a why'd you? Okay. God created men in the image of his, also capitalized, courage and strength. And he, also capitalized, created women in the image of his, capitalized, beauty. Okay. All right. He intentionally created women different than man. And, oh, hey, she used than correctly, and we should live our lives with that in mind. I'm so confused. All right. There's zero of this that should be is okay. Okay, again, she said use evidence, think critically. None of this is critical thinking. None of this is using evidence. So, hey, you know what? Heck, I'd buy it. If she wanted to quote the Bible, maybe there might be like 1 point in there for her because then at least she's quoting something or providing evidence, even if it's crap evidence. Okay, all right. It is frustrating to me. By the way, where is the indentation on this paper? Did you guys see this last page here? You see this last page. Where is the indentation? This should be indented by 5 to 10 points, depending on standards. It's just there's no indentation on this first line. All right. Moving on. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinions. Even though she is conforming to an opinion that has existed for hundreds of years. I know. So they do not step on people's toes. Passive language. Whose toes? Whose toes are you referring to? I think we know. They're referring to the instructor who's trans. This she's indicating here, I can tell as a teacher, because when students use passive language, they're typically referring to you. They don't want to step on people's toes. You mean you think that they don't want to step on the instructor's toes? Okay. I think that that is what is. Okay, I think that is a cowardly and insincere way to live. It is important to use the freedom of speech. You mean it's important to use freedom? Okay, the freedom of speech we have been given in this country, but that's not okay. Teacher grading on slide 11. Thank you. Let me take a look here. What is this? Is this Mauser? Is this them grading the paper? I'm curious to see what they say here. Slide 11. Slide 11. Where? Oh. Yeah, here we go. Yep. Yep, exactly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, there are no citations from the Bible here, no references to past theological works, no supporting scholarly. That's what I'm saying. Like, one thing if she actually referenced the quotes, but there's nothing there. Can't feel anything but sympathy for the teaching assistants who wrote time to write fair and helpful feedbacks. Okay. All right, thank you. You're right, Malzor. 0, none of that. Okay, so let's continue. All right. I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us farther from God's original plan for humans. No evidence that there is an original plan for humans. No citations. Okay. What do you mean, Meowzord? Oh, this is a tweet. Keep going. What do you mean? Okay. Yeah. Using source. Okay. Okay. It is perfectly normal for kids who follow gender stereotypes because that is how God made us. Evidence. The reason so many girls want to feel womanly, whatever that means, and care for others in a motherly way, is not because they feel pressured to fit. It isn't. Okay, slide 11. What are you referring to? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to here. Do you mean slide 11 here? Oh, is this one you mean, Malzor? What do you want me to look at? I don't get it. Slide 11. I don't know what slide 1 is, though, so that's a problem. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I see. Okay. Ta-da, I got you. Okay. Please note I'm not deducting instead I'm deducting points for you posting a reaction paper that does not answer. Okay. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Okay, yep. I'm sorry, I'm reading it by show criticism. We do weigh the propane. Yeah, empirical psychology. Well, yeah, I've seen this, Malzord. But thank you. Yeah, that's the teacher, Melkirth. Yep. Yeah, exactly. She does. Okay, like I don't understand. Anyway, so yeah, I've seen this, Mauser, but I am not deducting points because you have certain beliefs, but instead I'm deducting points for you posting a reaction paper that does not answer the questions, it contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology, and is at times offensive. Okay, gotcha. Also, look at her hair. That's beautiful hair. Okay, anyway. So, all right. Moving on, folks. I'm just going to read a little more of this. Don't worry, we won't do this forever. This is like bringing back this is like really bringing back memories of being a teacher. I'm enjoying it. The reason so many girls, okay, whatever that means, what does it mean to feel womanly? It is because God created and chose to reflect his beauty and his compassion in that way. But wait a minute, he's a he. So how do the women reflect, gotcha, sorry, but how do women reflect God if God is a man? Like, okay, again, the contradictions that Mel was pointing out. In Genesis, God says that it is not good for man to be alone. Zero citation. That's like plagiarism right there. She doesn't even provide a citation for what's Genesis. Where does it say that in Genesis? Where's your bibliography? How do I know you got this from Genesis? Is there a quote that you have? Are you going to mention that this is a paraphrase? If it's a paraphrase, you better add a citation. Otherwise, you're plagiarizing. Okay, helper man, which is a woman. Many people assume the word helper in this context to be condescending and offensive to women. However, the original word in Hebrew is ezer. Okay, how do you know that's okay? Additionally, God, okay, like she needs to cite. Okay, additionally, God describes himself. I'm so sick of all these weird. It looks like a Trump tweet. All the weird capitalizations in the Bible using Ezer Kenegdo or helper, and he describes his Holy Spirit. Why is that all capitalized as our helper? Why is helper capitalized? By the way, helper is not capitalized up there, so points off. You didn't even use the same. Okay, helper is not capitalized down here. It's capitalized here. It's not capitalized up there. Okay, God does not view women as less significant than men. He created us with such intentionality. No, I'm sorry. With such intentionally, not intentionality, misspell, bad grammar, and care, and he made women in his image. That H isn't capitalized. I'm gonna dock her for blasphemy. In his image of being a helper, also not capitalized, docking her for blasphemy, and in the image of his beauty. If leaning into that role means I am following gender stereotypes, then I am happy to be following a stereotype that aligns with the gifts and ability God gave me as a woman. Okay. I do not think men and women are pressured to be more masculine or feminine. Folks, I can promise you, as a gay man, I can promise you, and I'm sure a lot of the women and men in here know, okay? We're pressured to be more masculine or feminine. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Uh, okay. Yeah, right, Drusilla. Why can I only sell my daughters and not my sons? Well, clearly, Drusilla, they're objects, they're property. Okay. Yeah, I know, so dumb, weirdomorphous blob. So dumb. Okay, yeah, for a psychology class claiming that men and women aren't. Anyway, so okay, let's hope she never has to provide treatment to anyone. Like seriously, this is dangerous. Okay. I strongly disagree with the idea from the article that encouraging acceptance of diverse gender expressions could improve students' confidence. There's scientific evidence that backs that, folks. Okay. So, Dolly Boy, you're so right. You're so right. Teasing is the biggest form of pressure. She's literally saying that there's no pressure and then advocating for pressure. Okay. You see, but she disagrees, right? Weird Amorphous Blob. Poor parents. I know, Drusilla. Okay. Society is pushing the lie that there are multiple genders. Wait a minute, there aren't multiple genders? You don't even think that like, even in your worldview, you don't think that there are male and female genders? Like, you don't even think that? I know she doesn't know the difference between gender and sex, but guys, we can't ask too much of her, right? Let's not go crazy. Let's not go crazy, but I'm pretty sure two, even though there's more. Who cares? Are like, okay. Okay, society, where they went. Oh, here we go. Society pushing the lie that there are multiple genders and everyone should do whatever they be whatever they want is demonic and severely harms American youth. Yeah, contradictory, totally, Fox. Some of the more points docked off. Demonic, points marked off. That is unacademic language. This is a nonfiction. This is nonfiction. This is not a fiction writing. This isn't like you. This isn't like okay. Right. Okay. I do not want kids to be teased or bullied in school, even though here's another contradiction. She just said, as Dolly Boy indicated, that pressure is good in schools, but she does not want kids to be teased or bullied. That makes sense. Oh my God, you're right, Nozat. I forgot she's a junior. She's not even a freshman. Okay. However, pushing the lie that everyone has their own truth. Oh, that's so funny from someone who clearly clearly uh, has her own truth. Okay. All right. However, pushing the lie that everyone has their own truth and everyone do the one is what is biblical whatsoever. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Um, the Bible says our lie. By the way, no one has freedom in the Bible. I don't know. There's a God who constantly tells everyone what to do, and they have to listen to him or he punishes them. Okay. Oh, hello, Song Singer. I didn't see you here. Did you make a comment? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. You might have to send it again. Okay. It is Doug. Okay. But the Bible says that our lives are not our own, but that our lives and bodies belong to the Lord for his glory. Again, the H is capitalized. So wait, should I dock for for capitalizing it, or should I dock for not capitalizing it because it's blasphemy? Clearly, because we have to go by her truth, though, right? So that's disrespectful to the Lord our God if she doesn't. Okay. Um, I live my life based off this truth and firmly believe that there would be less gender issues and insecurities in children if they were raised knowing that they do not belong to themselves, but they belong to the Lord. They belong to the Lord. Yeehaw. Okay. All right. So that's the whole thing. There is what writer said the desire to be a slave. Like this language, I love this language of like people wanting to be slaves. Like I cannot wait to submit myself to the Lord. I can't wait to be a slave to the Lord. Like there is something to be said about people kind of wanting to be slaves because it's easier. They like submitting themselves to someone. It makes life a lot easier. You don't have to think for yourselves, right? By the way, I don't actually mean that about slavery. You see what I mean though, right? Like a lot of people seem to like the idea of being a slave. Like a lot of these folks seem to think slavery is great. And you know what? I think they should try it out. Let's see if they like it, right? Why not just, go spend a day as a slave, see if you want to submit yourself to the Lord like a slave, submit to Sky Daddy. He can own you as property. He's yours. You don't make any of your own decisions. He'll punish you if you do wrong. He watches your thoughts, um, and things like that. Hello, welcome, Song Singer. Song Singer, how is it slavery, though? Well, I don't know, Song Singer. It says here, well, what was the quote here? But they belong to the Lord. That implies property, does it not, Song Singer? And as I recall, slavery is owning someone as property. And in the Bible, God punishes people, throws them into a burning pit and fire if they disagree with him, tortures people who don't agree with him. That's what slave owners would do. They have to believe everything. They have to do whatever he says. If they don't, he gets very angry and abuses them. It's very much like an abusive relationship, actually, Song Singer. Kind of like what he at one time says that he loves you, and that the next moment is beating the shit out of you because you were disobedient. But then goes, "But I love you, darling. I love you. I have infinite amounts of love for you." But at the same time, um, I hate you and want to burn you for all eternity. Um, anyway. So it kind of sounds a lot like slavery to me. I don't know about you. And she's basically saying, I don't want to be free. I want to submit to the Lord. I want to be a slave to the Lord. Okay. Uh, yeah, which is hilarious to me. Very hilarious. Love that. Okay. Anyway, uh, yeah, I know this is just crazy. Okay. Yeah, of course, Trump failed. Exodus 21, Exodus 20, Leviticus 25. There's several citations where God says it's okay to own people. There are multiple examples in the Bible, of course, of them saying it's that talking about how to do slavery and things like that. Anyway, Dolly Boy. Ironically, the original article was talking about teasing as pressure, and totally did. Yeah, it's like literally, guys, honestly, if I were the teacher here, I don't know. I got to admit to you folks, some teachers will not read the whole thing. It's just a matter of time. If you have hundreds of students, you're not going to have the time to sit through and carefully read every paper. So, you're going to need to only read a certain part of it. A lot of times teachers will read the beginning, the end, and then browse the middle. I'm not saying I would do that, though I would sometimes. You would have to. Only for papers, though, that were not as important for the grade, okay? I would have read first of all, there's no clear intro. Uh, there's no clear intro or conclusion here. I would have probably read about half of it and then given her a 0. You see what I mean? Um, you see what I mean? Oh, was someone, Meowzord, I love you very much. Is that what was being said over there over on, did I miss something over in, did I miss something over on, Twitch here? Did I miss some lovely language? Did I? Okay, I'm curious now. So anyway, all right. So I like, okay, this is like bad. I would be annoyed. Okay, maybe now admittedly I would do high schoolers, so I might give depending on who it was. Okay, like depending on who it was, I might if this was a student who doesn't speak English very well or something, I might give some points for at least speaking English. Obviously, this is college, of course, but I'm like, I wouldn't give money points for this. All right, anyway, this is horrific. Okay. All right, you guys. Thank you for letting me go through that. That was kind of fun for me. So that's what happened. Let's just quickly finish watching this. We didn't get through it. Let's finish watching Kyle here. Meowzord. uh, is that what happened, Meowzord? Was there some unpleasantness happening over there? Was there some unpleasantness happening over there?
Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. The same goes for men.
Is that so, Matt
God
Saigai?
created men in the image of his courage
Would you share that with me, Matt Saigai? I'm curious.
and strength, and he created women in the image of his beauty.
Sonsinger, would you give me an example? Would you give me an example? What do you mean gender roles are there for a reason? What does that mean, Sonsinger? Do you know what gender is? I'm just curious. I am curious though, Sonsinger. What do you mean? What gender roles do you think are there for a reason? I'm not sure what that means. I like there for a reason. What do you mean? They're there for a reason. Okay. I don't know what that means.
He intentionally created women
Please
differently than
clarify.
men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates.
Mithril, oh my God, I love you. I love that, Mithril. The U.S. version of God is like baby's first deity. So true. That is so good, Mithril. Sonsinger, all right. Let's say in Somalia, why are you saying that like it's like you're saying it secretly, Sonsinger? Let's just say that in Somalia, okay, a male-dominated war zone would a woman be safe outside among men who kill on a daily basis? I I mean, okay. Obviously, Sonsinger, these are specific to the culture. I can give you examples of where there are women warriors who you would not be safe to be outside with either. Um, and yeah, okay. So, like, would you feel safe, Sonsinger, if you were not a warrior and then you have a band of warriors who are both women and men going around pillaging? You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Would a man be safe? Warfare is not good for anyone. It's not good for anyone. By the way, it's not good for men either. I'm just saying, okay. I did a whole presentation on women warriors, okay? And okay. All right. And by the way, Sonsinger, 100 women versus 1 male, yeah, pretty safe. Would someone ban Sonsinger, please? I don't know how to do it. Mauser, do you mind? I'm not going to take that kind of language here. Okay, 1 woman versus 100 males. 100 women versus 1 male. Yeah, pretty safe. That's just misogyny. I don't need that bullshit. That's just bullshit misogyny. Thank you. Okay, that works, Meowzord. Timing out works too. I don't need that nonsense. Sonsinger, I do hope you can still hear me. But that's just you're full of shit, Sonsinger. It's almost hilarious, Sonsinger. You must have a very low vision of yourself. I'm guessing you're a man, Sonsinger. Only a man could speak that way. By the way, I'm a man too, folks, so I'm not actually biased against men. But like, what kind of view do you like? You must have a very low view of yourself if you're having to puff up your chest like a gorilla, like a silverback gorilla. like that if you're to try and show that you're more masculine and dominant by being like, oh, one man could defeat 100 women. Yeah, okay, Song Singer. We like to see that happen. You're so big man there, Song Singer. Anyway, um, okay. I'm gonna lose my mind, but it just reminds me, um, anyway. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for that. Feel free to come back in, Song Singer, but please don't speak that way in my community. We have women. We have women in here. We have trans people in here. We don't care. We think women are badass. We all think women are badass. We think men are badass. We think everyone's badass. We think non-binary people are badass. Okay, we love people in this community. All right. Anyway, moving on, folks. So thank you all for. So let's finish watching
Of
Kyle
so many
here.
people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion. Let me just pause to point out, you're the fucking one with the mundane opinion, and you're the fucking one conforming. With the
Well,
dumb.
that is very also true, Outer Signal. We need more women villains, right? Women leading war are leading war criminals in Sudan. Gender doesn't determine capacity for evil or combat, for that matter. Outer Signal, very true. Okay.
Ass bullshit fundamentalist.
It's also, by the way, hateful against men. Do we think all like men are fundamentally like the violent, evil ones? I'm sure most of the men in here haven't done that, right? It's just interesting.
Evangelical
Okay.
Christian nonsense that was obviously pumped in your head as a fucking child. You're the thoughtless one. Jesus. So they do not step on people's toes.
Yeah,
I think that
Simon,
it is a cowardly and insincere way to live. It is important to use the freedom of speech we have been given in this country, and I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us farther from God's original plan for humans. What the fuck? You know nothing about God. God doesn't talk
Yeah.
to you. You can't say the
But but obviously it talks to her, right? He talks to her without any reference to the Bible or
being
anything.
in my head in the sky that's supposed to represent the Almighty says this, and so I'm going to reiterate that. That's not how this is a psychology class.
All right, folks, one more, folks, and we'll put on the makeup. I know it's so stupid, Weird Amorphous Blob.
This isn't fucking religious training. Jesus Christ. It is perfectly normal for kids to follow gender stereotypes because that is how God made us. What about all the people God didn't make like that? What about all the trans people that objectively exist in the world? I guess God made them, right? God also made the gay people, right?
Yeah.
That's
a really good point, Hey, I'm an atheist, but didn't God make trans people and gay people too? Like, Jesus Christ. I was made by God, wasn't I, technically? Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, we'll put on the makeup. So, yeah, right? They don't think that, right? Most people think that it's a choice or some nonsense, or they think that God is somehow punishing gay people by making them gay and then demanding that they be celibate, which is basically not liking gay people. Anyway, so apparently, okay. Thank you very much, Dolly Boy. So thank you all for letting me lose my patience there for a bit. Thank you, Malzord, for tempering my response by only timing out Song Singer. But we welcome you back here, Song Singer. We do welcome you back. You're kind of fun to have around.
Also made
All
the
right.
non-binary people, right? God also made the...
Yep. There you go. Weird Amorphous Blob. Insane. That's what happens to people who are transgender. It's insane. Being bullied out of liking My Little Pony and Barbie didn't make me nice and godly, unfortunately. Oh, shocking, Weird Amorphous Blob. Who would have thought?
Sexual people, right? They all exist. The reason so many girls want to feel womanly and care for others in a motherly way is not because they feel pressure to fit into social norms. It is because God created and chose them to reflect his beauty. Okay, you get it. Literally, the whole thing is just like God, Goddington. Like, that's the whole fucking essay. This is a psychology class, dog. Psychology, bro. Then the professor responded, and listen to what the professor said. Mel Kurth, she, they. Please note that I am not deducting points because you have certain beliefs, but instead I am deducting points for you posting a reaction paper that does not answer the questions for this assignment, contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology over empirical evidence in a scientific class, and is at times offensive. While you are entitled to your own...
Yeah. All right. By the way, do we think it'd be like, okay, do you think someone could, let's say, like, there was some Christian identitarian, Christian identity, the people who think like black or Jews are mud people and all that other crap. If they were to use like the N word in one of these papers, or like the K word for Jewish people, do you think that they could then argue, well, it's freedom of speech, that's part of my religion? I think that black people are the N word, and I think Jewish people are the K word, and that's just my belief. So apparently, that's fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating to me. Right. Okay. Right. Sorry, just fixing the last little bit of white here. Um, thank you, Matt. So we'll take a look at that. Okay. I am curious. Matt Saigai said that Kyle did a very racist tweet yesterday, so we should take a look at that. We'll finish this first, and then we'll do it because I don't want to ruin it for myself, Matt. It's like I know I'm bad, but I don't want to ruin what he's saying because it'll be in my head.
Personal beliefs, there is an appropriate time or place to implement them in your reflections. I encourage all students to question or challenge the course material with other empirical findings or testable hypotheses. But using your own personal beliefs to argue against the findings of not only this article, but the findings of countless articles across psychology, biology, sociology, etc., is not best practice. You argue that abiding by normative gender roles is beneficial.
Okay. Sorry, a little red here. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks.
It is perfectly fine to believe this, but to then say that everyone should act the same while also saying that people aren't pressured into gendered expectations is contradictory, especially since your arguments reflect a religious pressure to act in gender stereotypical ways. So you got what the person saying here? You totally fucking contradicted yourself in your piece. You can say that strict gender norms don't create gender stereotypes, but that isn't true by definition of what a stereotype is. Please note that acknowledging gender stereotypes does not immediately denote a negative connotation, a nuance this article discusses. Additionally, to call an entire group of people demonic, which I guess she did in the piece, is highly offensive, especially a minoritized population. You are entitled to your own beliefs, but this isn't a vague narrative of society pushes lies, but instead the result of countless years developing psychological...
Yeah. By the way, on a side note here, I know this is going to sound very, for those who are Christian out there, this is going to sound evil coming out of my mouth, but demons, when it comes to like Lucifer, for example, Lucifer, the word means the light, right? Or the light bringer. And there, amongst Satanists, we're talking like, well, most Satanists, even the Church of Satan, which is kind of a religious freedom organization. Satan, there was actually a famous, by the way, anarchist newspaper called Lucifer the Lightbringer, because the thought here was that the reason God banished Lucifer from heaven is that he was the truth teller. He admitted to people, yeah, God's a bit of an authoritarian. You should not obey him. He's a bastard, and like he's lying to people. Like the words of the Bible are fake and things like that. So it's funny that she would, accuse someone else of being demonic, as like obedient to Lucifer, because demons are obedient to Lucifer, when as a bad thing, because technically Lucifer was the truth teller, right? Okay, I know I'm kind of just spitballing here. That's something you can debate, but whatever. I'm using one religion's idea to counter another one's, but anyway, okay. All right. Okay, I have seen other leftists who actually went on a need to defend him, saying it was not racist. Really? I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see this. Yeah, absolutely. God lied in the first chapter. He lied to them. Okay. So, okay. And as a matter of fact, like the Kropotkin, well, I'm sure Weird Amorphous Blob definitely knows who Kropotkin is, I'm sure. You probably have read Kropotkin, Weird Amorphous Blob. I think I saw it on your bookshelf. He famously said, no gods, no masters. He was an anarchist. No gods, no... I think there was a third one in there. No gods, no masters. Because like God was viewed as the ultimate master, the ultimate dominator anyway.
And scientific evidence for these claims and directly interacting with the communities involved. You may personally disagree with this, but that doesn't change the fact that every major psychological, medical, pediatric, and psychiatric association in the U.S. acknowledges that biologically and psychologically, sex and gender is neither binary nor fixed. I implore you apply some more perspective and empathy in your work. If you personally disagree with the findings, then by all means share your criticisms, but make sure to do so in a way that is appropriate and using the methodology of empirical psychology as aligned with the learning goals in this class. If you have any additional questions or concerns about this, or would like some additional educational resources, I would be happy to discuss this further and provide you with them. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit.
Well, I'll tell you in a second.
In other words, total academic, intellectual smackdown is what that is. That's what we just read. Now, by the way, here's the most recent retweet from the student's mother. Self-described podcaster and media figure. That kid was a plant. Just in that just in that class to further this anti-trans agenda.
Oh,
So
really? Was a
Fulnecky's
plant?
mom,
Okay.
Christy Fulnecky, retweeted, individuals who identify as trans should be automatically disqualified from holding any position as
well,
teacher
there we
or
go.
professor.
There
so now
it
they're
is. There it is. Okay.
attacking the very
I'm
existence
almost done, folks.
of
As soon as I'm done with this, we're going to go see Kyle's tweet. I haven't seen it, but I just want to see what it says before I judge too harshly, because I don't know. But let me quickly. I'm going to put on black for the mouth. I feel like black is good for the mouth today. I'm in kind of a dark mood, I guess you could say. The black of the void. All right. Holy Reichstag University. Yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob, your bookshelf is basically is like a great mystery. Everyone wants to know about it. Okay. There we go. Hey, la 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 la. Okay. Well, I hope this doesn't look too much like blackface. Anyway. All right. I don't think it does. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, the black doesn't look great, but whatever. We'll live with it. We'll live with it. Okay, I was trying to kind of pull off Joker, Doug. Okay. All right, guys, let's finish. So I'm done with this. Let me just fix this up a bit. Boop 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 boo. Again, thank you, folks. We got to 5. If we get to 2 more, we'll play a jester game. Okay. And now I'll put this. Yes, the CR who laughs. Wah, ha, 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 ha. Ew. It's kind of gross, though, doesn't it? It's kind of like, I don't know, I've been eating tar or some shit. Whatever. It's fine. We don't need it to be perfect, do we? I mean, you probably all expect it to be perfect. You'll be mad at me. You'll be like, what is he doing? The makeup isn't perfect. I know Drusilla will. Druzilla's so judgmental. I don't know why I'm always bullying you, Drusilla. Okay. All right, there we go. We'll finish. Yeah, I would be a multiversal strat, right? Yeah, hanging out with Exxon CEOs, exactly. Have just been eating the oil. Okay, here we go.
the assistant professor.
If anyone's seen what is it called? Fern Gully, that old animated movie. I'm like that creature from Fern Gully that eats the pollution. That movie scared me when I was a kid. Anyway, okay. But now I realize it was woke left-wing propaganda. Anyway. Okay, here we go.
Who graded the paper correctly, by the way.
Yeah, Tim
saying
Curry.
You shouldn't even be allowed to exist. The trans people shouldn't even be allowed to hold that position. I mean, what is there to say? The fact that the University of Oklahoma
I know, Drusilla.
put this person on leave,
It
put
is
the
outer
teacher
signal.
on leave, means we're there. The right is now waging an all-out assault on
Texas, yeah.
academic standards and intellect.
And that's what frightens me. Okay, we get the idea here. We're not going to watch the rest of this, but you get the idea here. Like, it's the blowback that worries me. Like, the fear of how they put pressure on academia. All right, let me see here. We got this reaction. Did you posted this? Matt Saigai, you posted it in you put it in the chat, Matt Saigai. Let me see here. This Matt Saigai, where did you post it? Forgive me. Media. Thank you, Matt Saigai. I see it. Okay. Yeah. Exactly, Mouser. It's disgusting. Like, why can't the left do this? We need to be better at doing these crowdfunding things. I mean, we did help Luigi Mangione a lot, for example. I mean, that's a bit different, but you see what I mean. I guess there's not as much money on the left, to be honest with you. In theory. Okay. Here we go. Media. All right. Oh, yeah. So, okay. I'm going to show this guys on screen. So Kyle Kalinske did this. Now, listen. Yeah, we don't. Okay. So you see this. Yes, I am an American. Yes, I like Hitler. Now, here's the thing. This is very much caricature, right? Wouldn't we agree? This is sort of a racial caricature. Yeah. Yeah, like, okay, this is a clear character, right? Am I going crazy? Am I being overly? Um, well, a lot of edgy humor though, Fox can be that way. And listen, I don't think he posted this trying to be racist. Um, yeah, but like the fact, but he didn't notice that this was kind of clearly, this image was kind of racist. I got to tell you, this reminds me. I'm going to show you something gross, Phil. I mean, not gross, but like, you know what this reminds me of? Um, uh, mm, there is a museum you can go to. I recommend. I know it sounds weird. There is a museum you could go to called the museum. Yeah, there that too, Meowzord. Called the anti-black imagery. It's called the Jim Crow Museum, and it's a really good museum. It shows you how black people were portrayed in the United States. Um, and it reminds me of Jim Crow. Here, let me see here. Like, okay, oh dear God. Things like this. Like, you can kind of see here you can see like the big this was very common imagery in the United States of like black folks being presented in a sort of a caricature way with the really big lips. There was actually a store you could go to. Now I know you don't see those lips on that image, but racist entrance. He needs to be like that's a bit much. The if you remove that part of it, it's also, by the way, I don't like how it. Where is it? Racist store entrance. Uh, Jim Crow. This was common. Like, let me show you here. Where is this thing? There was a store that used to be popular. Let's see here. Restaurant entrance Jim Crow. Where here we go. Oh my God. Okay. There would be this store you could go into that looked like this. Okay, this is like a fried chicken place. Look at this. I mean, so I'm not Jesus Christ. I am not saying that this is exactly the same thing. Okay. But like this is sort of caricature, and I would say that Kyle, I don't think he intended it. Also, can I just point something else out? Um okay, let me put something else out here, okay? You see this? So this also is implying that there are Americans out there that a lot of the MAGA people don't actually like Hitler. It is actually Indians doing it. And guys, let's be honest, a lot of MAGA people do actually say these things, right? This is also this kind of scapegoating in a weird way. And I know he didn't mean it that way. Um, okay. Okay. So anyway, I just don't like that imagery. Okay. I don't think yeah. No, I don't. Maybe here's the thing, Mazur, guys. I am not saying I don't honestly like getting involved in like the debates about things like this. I don't think his intention was to be racist. He should have thought about that a bit. He should have like just thought about it a bit more. Okay, there's like implications here I don't think he thought about. But anyway, yeah. So that's a bit. That image is a bit. Let's be honest. That's kind of caricature-y. That's very caricature-y. All right. How do you critique other nationalities without just using an anthropomorphic flag? What do you mean? Antifa U. So Antifa U, but the Antifa U, this is not okay. Antifa U, if this had just been an image of like an Indian man, not a caricature, we could argue that wouldn't be bad, right? But like this is a caricature. This isn't an image of an Indian man, right? Or you see what I mean? All right. I'm just saying here that it's a caricature. Can we agree that's a caricature? Guys, I am not, again, all right, we'll move on. So, all right. All I'm saying, folks, here, let me one last thing here. I try to look at it through the eyes of other people, right? Like if I was an Indian and I saw that, I'd be like, oh, well, that's kind of, um, okay. Yeah. 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 No, you're right, Matt Sci guy, right? Like, okay. Okay. Guys, I disagree with you. Okay. Guys, let me tell you, I'm not trying to call people out in chat here. I am noticing a trend though. There are several people of color in chat. All of them are agreeing that it's a caricature, as far as I can tell. And a lot of the people in chat who are not people of color don't think it's a caricature. And that is not to say I'm saying that the people who are not who have not seen that like the white people who aren't people of color. I'm not trying to make this race based. Okay, I'm just saying try to think of it from the eyes of someone who is that nationality or does have that skin color. Okay, you see what I mean? I'm just saying because like yeah, that doesn't okay. Anyway, okay. Regardless, this is again, admittedly, folks, this is a small thing. Okay, racism is not a small thing. Him posting this is a small thing. I just wanted to see what Matt Saigai was referring to. Okay, imagine this came from CR and some of his viewers were Indians. Yeah, Hiyori. So anyway, just something to think about. Again, I don't think he's actually racist. I think he didn't look at this closely enough or consider what it might appear to some people. All right. All right. So
when I was 17.
Okay, guys, moving on. All right. So okay, guys, moving on. Okay. All right, guys, it's kind of distasteful. Okay, anyway, moving on. So let's do that again, folks. I shouldn't talk. I don't normally like talking. Okay, Sammy Lammy, that is a good question. I am looking at for guys. Let me point out. Okay. No, guys. Oh my God. See, I don't like. You guys know I don't often talk about things like this. It's not because I don't think they're important. You're not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. Nowsword, how dare you? Okay, guys, this is why I don't like talking about those things. I'm not saying that I'm not calling out people for being white or whatever. I'm just saying this stuff I don't think I'm not saying Kyle's a bad person. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm not saying that people I'm not saying that people who didn't see it that way are bad people or that you're racist for thinking that. I'm just saying how might this look for someone else? And to answer your question, Sammy Lammy, thank you, Malzord. Thank you, Malzord. All right, I'm kind of getting panicky. I'm not a little bit here, but this is I don't like talking about these things because this stuff is very, very divisive. Okay, this stuff is super divisive. That's why I stay away from it. Okay. Anyway, but Sammy Lammy, yes, Sammy Lammy, I think caricatures can be okay. But the issue here is that in the United States, Sammy Lammy, if you put it in the context, for example, of the United States. Caricatures have often been used to like do a racial thing, okay? And like I showed you those images of black people and stuff. So from my eyes as an American, that could be taken indefinitely a certain way in America. I think Kyle should be aware of that. Okay, like he knows the history of that stuff. Anyway, it's just something to be aware of. Okay, I'm just saying, yeah, I don't think all caricatures have to be bad. All right, but if there's like a power imbalance, anyway, I'll shut up. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I know I'm like over explaining here. This is why I don't like talking about this sort of stuff. Okay, Antifa, okay, Antifa, caricatures are like describing. It is Sonsinger. It is offensive to do a blackface. It is absolutely offensive to do a backface. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Outer Signal. Okay, thank you for easing me, easing this. Okay, caricatures are like describing someone who isn't present to someone who is. You pick out the most different traits. You can come off of insensitive. I'm sorry. You pick out the most different traits and can come off as insensitive to the wrong audience. You start like describing someone who isn't present to someone who is. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble interpreting that, Doug. Okay. Regardless, guys, just give us a quick Indian. Oh my, Trump failed. How dare you? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, okay, guys, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. We get it. We get it. Okay. Racism bad, obviously. I'm not saying you guys are racist for thinking otherwise. And I get it. I think the left does over police these things sometimes. I'm not saying this in particular, but let's be honest. I think you guys know that I believe that. Like a lot of the I don't want to use the right wing term, but like the woke stuff, I think has been a distraction from the economic pocket picking. Like that CIA ad we watched. Like I'm a first generation um okay, I'm a first generation Latino woman. Like a lot of this stuff um like a lot of this stuff is used as a distraction and from the economic things, but there are still some of the stuff. Okay. Um Okay. Antifa, yeah, but I'm sorry, Doug here, but you have to understand in the context of American history, you see what I mean? In the context of global history, caricature is used in that way. So he should have been aware of that. All right. He should have been aware of that. All right. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Uh, all right. You don't look like a Latino woman. What do you mean? By the way, woman, song singer. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm not sure what you're referring to, song singer, but a woman is spelled Woman. There isn't an E um, in a woman. It's woman is singular, women is plural. Okay. Um, all right. Isn't okay, Toya. The concept of race in the U.S. is very different from Brazil. Okay. Um, the concept of race in the U.S. it's very different from Brazil. One time I saw a girl saying Rebecca Andrade, Brazilian gymnast, wasn't black. She was Latina. Little does she know is the biggest pop. Yeah. Weirdly enough, Toya, race in Brazil is well. I don't know why I'm not shouldn't be telling this to you, Victoria. You know it. Um, uh, but like in blackness is sort of hidden in Brazil. The government has often tried to avoid counting black people as black for a number of reasons. So it's a weird dynamic. It's not weird. It's a different dynamic in Brazil. Race is often hidden on purpose by the government for a bunch of reasons. But uh, yeah, okay. Yeah, very different, Victoria. Okay. That's some typical American yep, absolutely, default because we have race is made up, okay? In Brazil, Sonsinger, the government will oftentimes not count people as black who are black or have African origin, in order to, for the sake of, like, distributing resources and things like that. A lot of times, more is given to the black community because of the history of slavery. So they count them as like I can't remember the exact classification, Sonsinger. Maybe Victoria can tell us, but they don't count them as black. They either say they're mixed. I can't remember the word they use. Victoria might know more than I do. But I had to read a whole freaking book about it, okay. I'd have to I read a whole book about it, but they try to hide it in the stats in Brazil. At least they do. I don't know if they still do, but they did for a while. Um, um, okay. Right. Okay. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Mauser, much better. Yeah, very true, toy, but it still kind of has some structural things. So, like as Meowsword says, thank you. Brazil has a history of deliberative social project to whiten the race, which encouraged miscegnation and downplayed African heritage in an attempt to dilute the black population over generations. There you go. Okay, and they would oftentimes hide it. Okay. Oh, they absolutely did, Sonsinger. They absolutely did. Okay. Yeah, you're right, American. So yes, I'm not saying they're always bad. I'm just saying like in certain contexts. Okay, guys. All right. Uh all right, you guys. So let's go on now. I know I've been kind of rambling here just about this. So it is 4:02. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna put my face up here. Um put my face back up. Boop. I know I got to quickly change this because, good God, I messed up the video. Let's chat a little bit, folks. Let's chat a little bit. Custom. Boo. Okay. Yeah, they do. They have a huge African population. Okay. Fun tangent. Okay, guys. So let's just talk a bit, right? Let's just do some chatting. I was enjoying chatting with all of you. Look at the snow. Isn't it pretty? Ooh, okay. How's everyone doing out there? We just had some talks about race. It's super interesting. Great book, by the way, called Invisible Line, A History of Race. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Okay. Thank you so much. If we get, what is it? One more play game? Okay. Yeah, Victoria, there's a great book about this, about the history of race relations in Brazil. What is it called? It's a really big book. I had to read it in grad school, but like Brazil is very diverse, very diverse. Like it's very similar to the United States in that way. Okay, Malzord, now can you ban Sonsinger if you don't mind? This time I mean ban Sonsinger. I mean outright ban, please, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, Malzord. I mean, I could do it too. Thank you very much, Malzord. Okay, so we're not even going to address that. Okay, that's what I get for. Okay, anyway. I think we did the best we could there, Malzord. We tried our best. We were as open as we could be. All right, so I know, me too, Malzord. I'm glad we did. I'm glad we did. I'm glad you did too. But you know, we rarely ban people, folks. I don't know if I think we've only done it twice now. I think that's the second time someone has been banned. Might have been like 3 times, but we do the best we can to not ban people. I'm glad Meowsword kind of stopped me. Yep, unfortunately, Cradle Oatmeal, we're not even going to repeat what he said. We're just going to ignore that. Okay, so this is, yeah. So race is interesting. It's yeah, right. If you're gonna troll, make it interesting at least, guys. I've read too many Nazi documents in my life to have that shit in our chat. I've seen enough. Okay, you see what I mean? I've seen enough of the race stuff. I'm sure you will, Sir Bartholomew. Like, okay. Anyway, a big fan of that band. A little uncomfortable chat. Hey, I got you, Weirdomorphous Bob. I understand. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. If he comes on YouTube, I'll ban him there too. I'm not too worried about it. Okay. So, all right. I'm guessing it's a he. All right, guys. So race is interesting. Brazil is very diverse. Yeah, race is interesting. Every race is different everywhere, right? Okay, folks. Let's just do a little Q&A, shall we? Anyone have any questions? You want to talk about anything in regards to history, politics, anything like that? Anything related to anything you want to chat about? Anyone have any questions? Let's just have a little chat, shall we? I'm kind of in a mood to chat. I feel so tired today. I don't know why. But how's everyone doing out there? Any good questions? What we got here? Got something? Wait a minute. Where are you at? Yeah. So Victoria, if you look outside, I have about 3 inches of snow outside. Okay. Weirdomorphous Blob, you nerd. Okay. Honestly, Weirdomorphous, I have to look into it. I can't remember. I've learned about it, but it was a long time ago, so I can't really answer that. Okay. Anyway, but you nerd, Weirdomorphous Blob, I love it. Okay. Yeah, so Victoria, that is snow. We have about I'm in the Midwest in the United States in Ohio, which I think you all know. Okay, that's fair. Weirdomorphous Blob. But there's the snow. Isn't it cool, Victoria? Okay. I have not seen One Battle After Another. Is it good, Sir Bartholomew? Should I watch it? Should I watch One Battle After Another? They're very gross. Okay. Let's see here. Forgive me here, folks. Okay, Hiyori, good question. Hiyori asks, random question, was America justified in dropping 2 nuclear bombs on Japan? Let me read to you guys something. Let me read something to you all. So while I'm looking up what I'm gonna read to you, I'm gonna give you the historian answer. So I'm gonna give you kind of not my opinion, sort of the various things here. First of all, if we were to in the pro category, we could say that Japan killed millions of people. that invading the island. Remember, folks, I'm not saying my opinion. I'm just saying what different historians say. Millions of people in their conquest of China. If America would have had to invade the Japanese islands, home islands, they were preparing to basically fight to the last man. It would have likely resulted in the death of many more Americans and maybe even many more Japanese people if we hadn't dropped the bombs. And so it ended the war faster, so it saved a bunch of lives. Okay. Cons for the dropping of the nuclear bomb. One, Japan is an island. If you want to make Japan surrender, why don't you just blockade it and prevent food from going in? Now, of course, that's easier said than done, especially when that might cause the starvation of a bunch of people. And another con is that America may have done it to frighten the Soviet Union versus actually trying to end the war quicker. And also, America only gave Japan 3 days to surrender after they dropped the first bomb, and then they dropped the second one. And thirdly, of course, the humanitarian aspect of dropping a bomb, killing a bunch of civilians. Okay, so those are the two sort of sides of this. Now, I'm going to read to you something, if I can find the damn thing. Okay, all right. So I generally, for the sake of being a humanist, I say no. It was not necessary to drop the nuclear bombs. It was a war crime. I don't care that Japan did war crimes too. It doesn't excuse more war crimes. I'm going to read to you a document here. Okay, this is a document from a survivor of the dropping of the nuclear bombs. They did not, Meowzord. Well, they did, but not much. And it was unclear. They weren't even sure what had been dropped on them. They weren't really sure what had been dropped on them. Yeah, they were. Okay. So it may have, Meowzord. It may have. That's a fair point. It may have preserved Japanese culture somewhat. Okay, but like it's also. So here we go. Let me read to you. This is an account from a Japanese survivor. Okay. One of my classmates, I think his name is Fujimoto, muttered something and pointed his finger outside the window. Saying a B-29 is coming. He pointed outside with his finger, so I began to get up from my chair and asked him, "Where is it?" Looking in the direction that he was pointing towards, I got up on my feet, but I was not yet in an upright position when it happened. All I can remember was a pale lightning flash for 2 or 3 seconds. Then I collapsed. I don't know much time passed before I came to. It was awful, awful. The smoke was coming in from somewhere above the debris. Sandy dust was flying all around. I crawled over the debris trying to find someone who was still alive. Then I found one of my classmates lying alive. I held him up in my arms. It is hard to tell. His skull was cracked open. His flesh was dangling out from his head. He had only one eye left, and it was looking right at me. He told me to go away. So I was running. Was running. Hands were trying to grab my ankles. They were asking me to take them along. I was only a child then, and I was horrified at so many hands trying to grab me. I was in pain too, so all I could do was get rid of them. It's terrible to say, but I kicked their hands away. I still feel bad about that. I went to Mayuki Bridge to get some water. At the riverbank, I saw so many people collapse there. I was small, so I pushed on the river along the small steps. The water was full of dead people. I had to push the bodies aside to drink the muddy water. We didn't know anything about radioactivity at the time. I stood up in the water and so many bodies were floating away along the stream. Now, this guy was 0.8 kilometers away from the center. That's one of the more tame accounts I've read. At some point, maybe I'll read you more. That kind of convinces me, reading the account of that child, that no, it was not justified. Okay. That's just insane. Okay. You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, there were a few people that were present for both blasts, but I think the human aspect of this, that like reading the firsthand accounts kind of clinches it for me. I don't care about the other considerations. Like, what did that kid do to the United States? It was a child. Like that child didn't do anything. Okay. All right. Even the adults who killed don't deserve that. All right, you guys. So that would be one very tame example. I could read you other stuff. Okay. All right. Any other questions here? What else do we got? What else do you guys want to talk about? Um, yeah, oh, I know, right? Yeah, I agreed, outer signal, one of the worst single worst events in human history. Yep. Did I miss oh, totally weird amorphous blob like that. It's just yeah, no. You all know that I often give you the historical um there you go, Vic. Well, now you know, Victoria, I do have Windows. Uh did I miss anyone's questions here? Okay, so I've seen a lot of criticism of Mondami as a traitor for endorsing Jeffries. But I'm thinking he's being strategic. He's not even mayor yet. Outer Signal, I don't know. I like I don't think he's a traitor. Might be strategic. I don't know. I know a lot of people like to have very definitive answers on these things. But like it depends. I don't like there's stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Um uh Sir Bartholomew, we don't know that yet. I totally get the sentiment, Sir Bartholomew, thinking Mamdani is another corporate dem. We don't have enough evidence for that yet. Like we literally don't. It could be strategic. We haven't seen him do anything to know for sure. Hey, though that's fair, Sir Bartholomew, but we need to give him a bit more time. It's too. Um, we'll see. Okay. Uh, Here's my thing, folks. I maybe don't give as many political opinions as many of you may want me to. Like I said, I'm a historian. I don't like really making observations. I try without like time passing because I'm used to looking at things that happened in the past because then we have a more full picture. So sometimes I don't really have an opinion on these things because I don't see the full picture. But yeah, I don't know yet. I really don't know yet. Outer Signal. But I don't think it's fair to call him a traitor. I don't think that's fair. Like a traitor, like that. It's overused. Um, yeah, no, I know, Toy Toy. It is okay. You're right. It's weird, Toy Toy. Twitch tried to block that chat of yours. Toy said, "I think it just goes to show how politics you have to bend over backwards." Apparently, Twitch thought the phrase "you have to bend over" was sexual. Anyway, even though that's a common English phrase to say "bend over backwards." Anyway, okay. I agree. American gets fear. Okay. Yeah. Me too. Trump failed. Let's hope they're communist tendencies. Okay. Any other questions, folks? Did I miss anyone's questions? Anything else you want to talk about here? Um, Anything else you guys want to chat about? I don't think there's anything else interesting happened in the news today while I was on. I can look while you guys are looking here. What else, guys? I love you have always winners because yeah, I know. I take vitamin D, Victoria, just because I never seem to get enough vitamin D. Um, yeah, Drusilla. Oof, Kissling. Do you know there's a word in English, Drusilla? It's called being a Kissling. We actually have an English word based off Kissling. Um, Let me see here. English. Here you go. Look, Drusilla, just to prove to you, I'm not making it up. This is in the English dictionary. A Kissling. A Kissling is a traitor who collaborates with an enemy force occupying their country. Okay. So we actually have a word in English based off the real life Kissling from Norway. Anyway, uh, so yeah, Kissling. Really, that's hilarious in your groove. There was a What percent chance do you think this was an act in your groove? Secretary SS. Ooh, God, that's a hard question in your groove because okay, so in your groove asks, um, Secretary of War was typoed in Pete Hegseth's name card today. It said SS Secretary or SSS Secretary. Okay, so that's the thing though, in your group, they are both incompetent and they're fascist. So it could be either way. It could be that they're just incompetent, or it could be they're trying to promote the SS. Okay, really, Sammy, that's interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. Visline. Really, Svisling? I don't know if I can pronounce it. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Quisling? I thought Kissling, how is it pronounced in English? Oh, you know what? You're right, actually. I was pronouncing it wrong. Even in English, it's Quisling, excuse me. Okay, you're right. Okay. Um, did I miss anything? Okay, here we go. We got Hiyori. What do you think about kids losing marks for AI? What do you think about kids losing marks for AI, even though they never used AI for their work? Just because their writing is sophisticated. Oh, Hiyori, I didn't know. So if that happens, it's very possible it happens. I don't know about it. I'm guessing that happens, but that's unfortunate. Okay, if they lose because the writing is so bad. Now, I will say that's bad. Okay, if that is the case, we need to have better software. A teacher should put it through software. You can put it through software to see the percentage of it that is done by AI, and it's not perfect. So if they're like if for example for me, if I were to get anything above 20 or like anything above 40% or between 30 and 40%, depending, I would say it was written by AI. But if it's below 30 or 40%, depending on the student, that oftentimes means that it wasn't AI. These things aren't perfect, but this would be something, I don't know. It depends. That you shouldn't get marked off if you didn't use AI. Let's put it that way. Okay. It's unfortunate that that happens. What else we got, guys? What else we got? I saw someone else ask a question. I need to find it now. Okay, is Crusader Kings? Ooh, who asked me that? Who asked about Crusader Kings? Is Crusader Things worth buying? Yes. Now it's very expensive, Sir Bartholomew, to get all the expansions and shit. It is very, very expensive. But it's Crusader Kings is such a great game. It's addictive. It's very fun. Very, very complicated, but like in a good way. I highly recommend it, Sir Bartholomew. I actually played Crusader Kings on live stream early a few months ago when I started doing this. I love Crusader Kings. Highly recommend it. But been very fun. Okay. Let's see here. What do we got here? If you like Game of Thrones, okay, yeah, there's a good one too. You have great taste in video games. Outer Signal. Okay. All right. Favorite. Here we go. We got another question here. Oh no, the Swede and the Norwegian are going at it. I know how much you hate each other. Okay, I'm just kidding. I know you have like a friendly rivalry going on there. Okay. Okay. I missed it here. Did someone ask what's my favorite video game of the year? Favorite video game of the year? Did I see that? Okay, best video game of the year. Ooh. So, God. Hmm. Well, God, okay, I'm gonna choose a bad one that probably isn't the best of the year, but I just like it a lot. It's called Balatro. And there's lots of other really good ones. There's like Seven Kings and Nine Kings. I also really liked. I haven't played it yet, but I know I'll love it. Silk Song. There are probably other ones. There's been a lot of them. Did it release last year? Damn it. See, this is why I'm not really up to this. Okay, Balatro is life. Let's see here. Like, what about, is Nine Kings? Did that release this year? But I guess it's still in early access. What about, what else was released this year? I'm having a super big mind blank. But, well, the Song one did, right? Silk Song released. I love Silk Song. There you go, Outer Signal. Okay, I do love that. But, okay. So, I think, I also really like Silk Song. I need to play it, but I know I would love it. I haven't, Meowsword. I've just seen people play it, and I know I'll become addicted. And I want to invest a lot of time into it, but I haven't yet, okay? Ooh, I forgot. Oh, you're right. I forgot about Kingdom Come Deliverance. I love Kingdom Come Deliverance. I also haven't played it, but I know I'm going to love it. I also can't really, because I need a new computer. Let's put it that way, okay? Because you can tell this one's shit. Have I heard of Claire? Oh my God, I forgot about that one too in your groove. Okay, that's another really good one I haven't played. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. I could do it sometime, guys. I'll definitely do some more gaming streams. I've done like 3 of them. I need to do more. I'm trying to manage the time better. Okay, so we'll do those ones. What else do we have? I had another question I saw on here. Someone asked. Another question here. Oh, my favorite little guy in history. What do you mean, Weirdomorphous Blob? What do you favorite little guy? What do you mean? Like someone who isn't? I will say, someone asked, what's my most played game on Steam? My most played game on Steam, I believe, is Europa Universalis 4, which I know I'm a nerd. I like Europa Universalis. It's addicting to me. I also play a lot of Hearts of Iron, but I also play a lot of Baldur's Gate, though. Like a little guy, like an adorable figure in history. Oh, Weird Rose of Love, that's cute. Okay. Let's see here. Hmm. Little guy in history. Well, there was a guy. What is his name? Oh, I can tell you. I guess, was he little? I'm gonna see what his name was. Let's see how little he was. John Brown. How tall was John Brown? John Brown. How tall was he? Height. He was kind of a little guy. I mean, like, he kind of had a John Brown height. God, I'm getting all these stats about some sort of about some game player. Okay, abolitionist. Oh my God, damn it! He was over 6 feet tall, so I can't use him. Maybe little guy. Who was that one little dude? Short guys in history. Short guys in history. Yeah, that's true. He is small. Complete. You're right. According to relativity, I don't know. That's true. I don't know, guys. Let me see here. I mean, Gandhi was only 5'5". If we're literally talking about like height, you always have that song, Dolly Boy. Okay, for I know Napoleon wasn't actually that short, and he's definitely not a favorite of mine. I know Dolly Boy. I love it. Okay, let's see here. Let me just see what else we got here. Gandhi, Paul Giamatti, Joe Gray. I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, Drusilla. See ya. Below the belt. Okay. You know what? Let's just say, I don't know. Picasso was kind of interesting, I guess. This is a hard question. I'm just gonna say, Joseph Stalin, definitely. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. Oh, Tolkien. Tolkien was short. He was 5'5". Maybe Tolkien. We could say Tolkien. I don't know. Gandhi. I'll say Gandhi. I like Gandhi. How about that? Minus a lot of the stuff. I know no one's perfect. Okay. There you go, Outerson. He was a very complicated guy. I never finished talking to you guys about Napoleon. We did the French Revolution. I haven't talked about Napoleon. He did the Code Napoleon and other things too. Oh my God, Sir Bartholomew, you're so big. Oh my God. Okay, sorry, that was gross. Okay. I clipped the Joseph. How dare you, Matt Saga? Okay. There. Thank you, Wordomorphous Blob. Okay. All right, you guys. So thank you for chatting with me. I'm gonna get off now. Great times. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so I'm not on. Thank you, everyone who donated. It's very helpful. I did post on the Discord. I posted my earnings for last month, as I always do. I did get more of this in November than I did the month before, so yay! That's good news. So if anyone's interested, you can go into the Discord and to the announcements and see how much I earned. And then, yeah, that's it. All right, you all know what I'm about to say. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, love you all very much. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Thirdly, we're living in a fascist movement in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. In order to combat that, we need major reforms in this country and other countries. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Okay, do not be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. Fight back. Okay. Sir Bartholomew, I really want to see that, Sir Bartholomew. I know you probably, well, I don't know. If you're Sir Bartholomew, if you're in our Discord, you should send me an image of that Moisen. Okay, I'd love to see that shit. Anyway, okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. And on the wall over there, not behind me anymore, is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker has been passed down on my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of several slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors fought and sometimes even died and made major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Please don't let their sacrifice go to waste. Please don't. They did a lot. And they actually went through some stuff that was harder than what we're going through. And they did a lot. Don't let their sacrifice go to waste. Always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I love you all very much. Thank you all. I'm going to try and come on. How dare you? Mad Saga. Okay. I'll try to come on. I'm going to start trying to come on earlier. Okay. Maybe I'll try to last later too. Okay. Anyway. All right. Bye. All right, folks. Have a good day. See you on Thursday or tomorrow, like late afternoon, if I decide to do like a fun stream. Okay. All right.